new, never-before-seen manga is available now for free on my new website, mangaletter.com. This includes unreleased Ultra Vegito episodes, VE episodes, GR episodes, and an unbelievable amount more. Simply click the link in the description or pinned comment, enter your name and email using an active email, and boom, more manga will be in your inbox. Make sure to check your spam, junk, or other folder if you don't see it, and remember, this will never be released outside of Manga Letter. So sign up now, no excuses, it's free. There's over 132,000 members and counting. Enjoy. So our story continues with Vegito now back in his true demon form, surrounded in his legendary by now Black Lightning, facing off with the now angelic Broly, covered in his contrasting White Lightning. As with a smirk descending down, Vegito would say, "I have to give you credit where credit is due, Broly. To make me have to enter this form for the second time, you really do have to be some kind of monster. You know that, right? The funny thing is, I never even considered you as anything before. Just another foe Kakarot and Vegeta proved greater than, even if while fused. But the truth is, now that I think about it, if I had really had your abilities to grow so much in power so quickly, improving mid-battle even, while I had gone through all the battles I've been through by now, oh my, I'd be at a completely different level by now." Before now lifting his finger out in a taunting fashion, Vegito would then begin motioning for Broly to come up to him, saying, "But I guess all I can do now is make up for it, and make all that hard work and training you keep yapping on about all a part of me. Come, Broly, show me what the power of a genius Saiyan fused with an angel is really like. I hope it's tasty." But Broly, coldly staring back, would take a moment to hear what the God-Killer had just said before responding. "You hope my power is tasty? You no longer even sound like Son Goku nor Vegeta anymore. How can you not see how far you have changed and fallen, Vegito? The words you say, the way you act, I imagine you have been this way for some time now. Ever since you killed your first god. These thoughts, they are not yours, my friend. They are Lucifer's." And with that said, the legendary Angel Saiyan would rise up cautiously towards the God-Killer, facing him head-on as Vegito would reply, "Listen, buddy, whether my words and actions are my own, or this so-called great demon's, it matters not if the end is justified by the means, as long as my family are avenged. After all, just as Kakarot and Vegeta have accepted my independence from them, trust me when I say, I too could care less if I'm taken over by whatever you're claiming. Nothing, including you, will stop me from erasing all you damn gods and stopping your reign of terror on us mortals for good." But a still completely disappointed Broly, looking back unwaveringly, would just let out, "Mortal, oh Vegito, at this point, you couldn't be any further from that." "Says you damn angel wannabe. as the God Killer would now come face to face with Broly, only inches away from the fused hybrid of Destroyer and Angel, as both of their electric auras would then begin to roar louder and more wildly at each other. And Vegito, now no longer laughing, would then aggressively demand, "Enough with your angry looks, Broly! Or is that even your name anymore? Brolus? Beerus? Whatever you are, if you are so hell-bent on stopping me, make your move now!" To which Broly, now serious himself, would respond back, "My name matters not at this point. Today, I will be the one who smites you down to where you belong. Whether Son Goku and Vegeta are a part of you or not, what you have become will only end in tragedy for everyone involved. I will fight you today as the demon you have become, not the Saiyans I remember." And just like that, with his resolve set in motion, Broly would then instantly start powering up like never before, resembling more his old untamed Saiyan style as he does so, reaching an all-new level of power. Right before the face of Vegito, who stands tall, not moving a muscle, as Broly ironically begins to look much more like a demon in his power-up than Vegito ever did. The furious energy and rising power level, however, would only serve to excite the Saiyan blood of Vegito, as he would comment, "Yes, show me everything you have, Broly. The stronger you are, the stronger I will become. Prove to me just how much of a difference this talent of yours really makes against one who will do anything to win!" And with that said, true Demon Vegito would enter a power-up of his own, and notably with an old addition added to his back from when he absorbed black, as a lit-up divine symbol once seen on Merge Zamasu would then appear on the merged Saiyan of uncountable gods and warriors alike. Leaving Broly to wonder under his breath, so there was more to him than just that, as expected of the fusion of those two. While Vegito in response would say, "Don't you worry, Broly, you're not the only one with some tricks left in the bag." With that said, the two would then finally launch themselves at each other, one an angelic Saiyan and the other a demonic one. But which side is good and which side is bad may not be as easy to call as usual. And instantly the two would cross arms and collide head-on like competing bulls, left at a standstill, still grunting until... The two would suddenly then slam their foreheads into one another, both attempting at the same time to headbutt each other. And as they each try their best to push back on the other with gritted teeth and determination in their eyes, Broly would grumble, "You've closed the gap, it seems. The power of Lucifer truly is to be feared." While Vegito would just reply, "Lucif this and Lucif that. If anything, this power is the result of your fellow gods. Energy siphoned as my reparations for their actions, and yours will become part of it too soon enough." but mid-dialogue, the noise of their voices would slowly begin to be drowned out by a sharp hum. As suddenly within the palm of Vegito's hand, and right near Broly's abdomen, a ball of shining energy would be in full formation. Shocking Broly as he finally realizes the 2 steps ahead his foe would be before... Vegito callously would then quickly blast his former friend point blank. Quickly sending the legendary angel flying up in the distance with Vegito's ball of energy ingrained, still propelling Broly far up into the distance as Vegito would just laugh. How did I get caught? But this energy, this is not Vegito's! And Broly, who would not only be angered with how he was pulled off guard, would also realize this power was a far cry from what he experienced earlier. And quickly, attempting to stop his ascent into space, Broly would instantly then grab with both palms the burning ball of energy before... instantly pivoting his body to throw away Vegito's blast straight behind. And for devastating impact, behind the destroyer, Vegito's energy would then explode for a bright explosion, casting a shadow over the cold-faced Broly. And in the aftermath, as the dust and smoke disappears into the nexus of space, Broly with an incensed stare would comment, "That attack was meant to kill. It was fused with destruction energy, wasn't it? Seems you want to end this quickly, and I have no reason to stand in the way of that, Vegito. Zeno knows I've trained long enough for this moment." And just like that, in a truly unique and unexpected scene of Broly, the Divine Saiyan would suddenly then enter the signature fighting stance of the Angels, no doubt perfectly mastered by his merest side. His body stable and solid as a rock, as his pupilless stare does not waver for a second off Vegito. Oh dear. But the God Killer, seeing this, would only laugh and have some comments of his own, as he would say, "How pathetic to see you adopt the same fighting stance as those gods now too. You've not only become a scum to this universe, Broly, but you've even lost the Saiyan roots I'm sure your father tried oh so hard to drum into you." Well, no bother. Allow me to remind you of our Saiyan heritage once more. I will show you. No god nor angel can challenge a true Saiyan. As in clapback, Vegito himself would then enter a fighting stance of his own. One of mortals and one of the Saiyans, reminiscent completely of Vegeta, as the two would then yell, "Broly! Vegito!" Leading to the two quickly then rushing in at each other like beasts, both as if with a grudge to settle. Smashing into one another in pure technical deadlock, as each of their fists and attacks are grabbed and neutralized by the other perfectly. Eventually splitting apart for Vegito to then launch a barrage of futile kick attempts at the angelic Broly, who dodges easily each and every attack with perfect ultra instinct. Eventually then blocking the God Killer's last kick with a loud thud, commenting, "Though your power may not be yours, your lack of fighting ability remains the same." Switching instantly to pull his elbow back, ready to attack himself. But as he would, Vegito wouldn't stick around for long, instantly vanishing, making Broly miss wildly. But it's not even nanoseconds later that Vegito would then begin reappearing behind Broly in the distance, with the smiling Divine Saiyan commenting, "Seems you know you can't keep up with me hand to hand. Smart move, but I'm afraid I have you beat at all distances, Vegito." But Vegito from afar, hardly listening, would be in his own little world laughing, as a powerful concentration of energy begins growing in his palm before screaming at the top of his lungs as a ginormous beam of energy shoots out rapidly towards Broly, making him look like a mere ant before it. And as it would get so close to the emotionless Broly that his face would begin to get lost in the light, the legendary angel would remain still until... With a sudden deep breath in, Broly would begin sucking in the surrounding gases of space so deeply, it would almost seem as if there truly was air out there. And in classic Broly fashion, would immediately then blast out a beam of his own, straight out of his mouth, like the primitive Saiyan he once was, instantly reaching and equaling Vegito's own beam with ease, pushing it back as Vegito would just watch on in disbelief, commenting, "Looks like at least some part of Broly just never changes. The guy truly is a freak of nature." And as Broly would open his mouth wider and wider, increasing the blast radius of his beam along with it, it would almost seem the angel would intend to continue the beam clash. That is, until suddenly, the body of Broly would begin to vanish mid-beam. But Vegito, seeing this, would be far from surprised, just giggling before looking back nonchalantly with a smirk as Broly would suddenly appear behind him with his fist already cocked back, with the God Killer commenting, "Like I haven't seen something like this 1,000 times. Good try, but..." But just as Vegito would begin moving to effortlessly dodge and counter, a strange, sharp pain within himself would cause him to instantly be paralyzed in the moment, his body frozen as if his mind were unable to control itself anymore. And as a result, landing brutally hard, Broly's punch would smack straight onto the cheek of the God Killer, shocking him as blood begins to splatter out completely from his mouth on impact. And in the brief seconds following the attack, as blood begins to spurt out, Vegito would only be thinking internally in anger, What the hell just happened there? Did Broly do that? No, he hasn't even landed anything until now. What is happening to my body? As when we would zoom in on his face more and more, with his final thoughts being, "It has to be them." And soon, once zoomed in completely, we would see who they must actually be, as Goku in Ultra Instinct form would then be seen clashing fists with his eternal rival Vegeta, in his own Ultra Ego form too. Followed up by another equal clash where both of their knees of the two powerful Saiyans would then collide as well. And as Goku would then throw another punch, Vegeta surprisingly would be the one to dodge at the last second. Huh? Before then expertly grabbing onto the wandering arm, yelling, "You're going to need to do more than that to beat me, Kakarot!" Vegeta! Instantly then throwing the Ultra Instinct Saiyan down like a pile of wood, sending Goku flying down to the hard ground in panic mode as he looks back at Vegeta's monstrous strength. But just before impact, Goku would quickly stop at the nick of time, looking at Vegeta at first in discomfort, thinking, that form Beerus taught him really boosts his strength a heck of a lot. It's all offense, almost the opposite of what Whis and Mirrors taught me. Before with a smile, and still upside down, he would comment to the prince, "Damn you, Vegeta. All this time, I've been battling and training with Black, that demon guy, and whoever else made their way down here. And somehow, you've still found a way to keep up with me. Guess you never really were lying about the difference between Saiyan royalty and a low-class warrior, huh?" Before slowly but surely beginning to rotate back to normal orientation in front of a watching closely Vegeta. Eventually getting back to the right side up and continuing with a smirk. "What's the deal? Where is it all coming from? Have you been training in secret or something? Maybe with Boo?" But a cockily pleased with himself Vegeta would just fold his arms and respond back, "Silly Kakarot, I've been training with you for the last 10 years if you haven't forgotten. You really must be as dumb as you look if you really think I would want to do any more just because a couple more freak shows arrived down here. At this point, you should know yourself the gains are minimal. We're no Broly, Kakarot. Our power will never increase every second of battle like it does with him. And that is exactly why his power must become ours." But Goku, still not wavering from his morals of not forcing Broly's assimilation, would suddenly grow angry as his power level would raise and he shouts, "That's not right at all! If more power is what you want, I'll show you how much of a difference training ourselves can make! You don't need to involve any more innocent bystanders!" And just like that, Goku would then enter his own Ultra form, with Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego now perfectly completely combined together, just as they were with Vegito. As Goku would continue, "No more games. If this goes on too long, I'll never forgive myself. If you want to fight, then give it your all, Vegeta!" Instantly rushing in at a shocked Vegeta, who is surprised to see our hero suddenly go to his new form so quickly and so easily yet again. And this time, with the dramatic increase in speed and power, Goku would quickly reach the Royal Saiyan and slam his fist hard round his jaw. But back in the real world, Vegito 2, who has recovered now from his own assault, would now suddenly regain control of himself, angered as he realizes what's going on and comments, "Those damn brats! If I wasn't already preoccupied out here, I'd go in there and destroy them both! They messed this up for me, and I promise they will regret it! And with himself enraged, but now back in charge, the God Killer would instantly then slam his foot straight into the gut of Broly, sending him flying back moderately, but coming to a stop soon enough. Commenting when he does so, for a minute then, I thought Lucifer's power had finally made you lose your mind. Looks like you found your way though. Good. Glad you're not finished just yet. To which in reply, Vegito would just begin grinning, as slowly more and more black lightning would spontaneously begin to spark around. Until... Not even close, Broly. I'm just having some problems in my head right now. Maybe I'll check into a therapist once I'm finished here with you. As suddenly, Vegito would flex his aura once more, skyrocketing his power level even further. Vegito! He's going even further! But as soon as Vegito would show a little more of his energy, Goku would react in panic once more. Continuing, damn it! He's still getting stronger. If I don't get out of here quick, Broly might not make it! But before he can worry any more about the legendary angel outside, inside, unfortunately, our hero would be dealing with a straight punch to the nose for his trouble, and for agonizing effect, shooting blood straight out instantly on impact. And his assailant, of course, would be revealed to be Vegeta, getting his own back, but noticeably now in his own Ultra form too, combining MUI and MUE, as he would scold, "You should be focusing on me, Kakarot! I don't know what world you're living in, but this won't go how it went all those years ago on Earth. I have the same forms as you now, and I will not be looked over by the likes of you!" Instantly then powering up to full power, with Son Goku's response only having to be a full power up of his own, as the two Saiyans ready themselves to end their rivalry once and for all. But back on the outside, a much louder and arguably more powerful roar of energy would be heard, as the newly unlocked true demon Jiren would be seen powering up to the high heavens, his body massively bulked up as dark red aura and black lightning covers every inch of his build. And Makoto, who at one point thought that this battle may have been over, would just be forced to take cover from the exceptional wind and pressure coming from the former Pride Trooper, as he uses his blood-stained angel wing as a shield, only thinking to himself, damn it, he's showing no signs of letting up. If I don't cut him down now, I'll regret this later. And with that said, Makoto would instantly once again extend an energy blade to replace his destroyed katana. But when we zoom out, the blade is no ordinary length, as it extends far longer than usual, all the while facing the roaring mass of aura that is Jiren before... Rest in pieces, demon! Quickly swinging his arm back, blade in hand, ready to slice open the stoic warrior mid-power-up. And indeed, within moments, the extremely extended blade would begin slamming down only inches from Jiren's face. But the actual look on the God Killer's face would most definitely not reflect this, as he would stare unmoving in silence before... What? Without a fear in the world, Jiren would just catch the razor-sharp energy blade by his hand alone, instantly cutting himself in the process as blood shoots out, but regardless, Jiren's emotionless look would not change in the least, as Makoto, in stark contrast, would just be left shell-shocked, muttering, You're not serious! That blade is sharp enough to cut down gods! This mortal, he grabbed it! Get over here! But before Makoto would stare in awe anymore, Jiren would violently pull back his arm and the blade too, pulling Makoto forward along with it until... In the shortest of nanoseconds, the fourth of the 5 strongest would be face to face now with Jiren, as if having teleported. And unfortunately, with Jiren's premeditated fist already poised to make impact, with Jiren's seemingly last words being, "Good night, warrior." And with one of the most brutal and hard-hitting punches of the entire series, Makoto's extreme speed moving forward is completely broken by just the impact of the God Killer's fist, immediately reversing his velocity and trajectory as his eyes and facial features nearly pop out from the force alone. And with a raspy scream of agonizing pain, the after effects are briefly made clear as Makoto's entire face is seen positively mangled and ruined, with blood shooting out in all directions, and his teeth now destroyed and separating from his gums. And just like that, Makoto would leave Jiren's gaze, shooting off far from the impact. So far and so fast, soon enough, he would leave the planet's orbit and smash straight into the surface of another one, creating a massive explosion on first strike that shakes the very core of the planet, destroying anything in its vicinity. In the aftermath, leaving the Blood Angel to just wallow in pain in a crater, smoking from just how fast he had traveled, alone and motionless, eventually zooming in to see his sorry and broken state, now completely silent and unknown whether he's even still alive. But once we're close enough to see his brutal broken face, some signs of life can be seen. As though not speaking, the fourth would think to himself, What monstrous power! Never did I expect a mortal to reach this level. Truly, I understand why even Master feared Lucifer's power. This must only be a fraction of it. But if I don't stop him, what will happen? Z, Master! It looks like I may not be able to face you two again. I must do that. But as Makoto would ominously reflect on what he must do now, in the sky, suddenly a bright sparkle is seen, as if something is heading down at unfathomable speed. What? And shockingly, in a flash, it would be Jiren himself, not satisfied with the pain he has already inflicted, coming down fast with his foot forward ready to stamp down and totally annihilate Makoto one final time more. And ultimately on impact, Jiren would only appear as a beam of energy, as Makoto is violently struck, sending his limbs upwards as he experiences a pain and impact like no other. An impact so strong, the entire planet Makoto was on instantly then explodes on impact, wiping out anything, if anything, that was on it too, leaving a bright light of cataclysmic destruction in its wake. And in its aftermath, floating among all the debris and remnants of the planet's surface is the legendary Fourth, now with half his body missing and clearly dead for sure, as when we see his face, it is no longer in pain and truly now resting in peace. But landing on a piece of planet close by, Jiren would land with grace, looking down now like a god himself at his victim and just commenting, "In the end, that is all it took to defeat you then, warrior. The darkness of this power that possesses me, it may be wrong, and it may not be justice, but the results speak for themselves. Son Goku's killers will be no match to me, and your revenge on whoever they are will unfortunately be lived through me. Sleep well, old warrior." Before Jiren would then turn around, having finished with the battle, closing his eyes and contemplating to himself, "Master Gichin, would you really be proud of me using this power? I will try my best to honor you too." As in the background, an image of his now deceased former teacher would be seen, still always on Jiren's mind. But suddenly, something would begin to happen to the thought deceased Makoto behind, his eyes bursting open before suddenly, blood from his torso would explode out to create two new limbs made of crimson blood, and the rest of his body and torso also then would become slowly covered in red, viscous liquid, before finally, his body would rise up once again, with Jiren's back turned, only just about realizing until... "Consider this my final stand, Jiren the Great. The great reveal of my true form. The one I wish to use one day on Dai himself. I am the Blood Demon!" As shockingly, Makoto in what appears to be a last stand reveals himself now totally a creature of blood, with four fleshy tails exuding from behind, his voice, demeanor, and energy now well and truly demonic. Something about Makoto was never right to begin with, it seems. As staring at Jiren, Makoto would say, "Seems they may be more than one demon hiding in plain sight. Hey, Jiren? Looks like I'd at least atone for my sins by killing you." While Jiren would just look back and reply, "After all that talk about using Lucif's power, I see you too could not help yourself." While back on another battlefield, two more warriors face off against each other in Broly and Vegito. And on yet another, Son Goku and Prince Vegeta, both in their ultra forms, would stare down each other too, as the ultimate six-way battle to decide the fate of the multiverse is about to begin. So our story continues with Vegito in his true demon form, complete with his divine halo on his back, straight from his fusion with Goku Black, facing head-on with an electrified Broly, who is in his own angelic legendary state. And giggling dastardly in his iconic style, Vegito would smirk, staring with near squinted eyes at Broly, letting out, "Ah, what a shame, Broly. I was initially planning on having a little fun with you. Take my time with our little reunion. Maybe reenact some of the scenes from the movie. But seems, with what's going on in my head, I need to check into that therapist a little sooner than expected. Sorry, but this will end brutally quickly now, old friend. Since Kakarot didn't get a chance to battle you, you can have your shot through me!" As suddenly, in a change to last chapter, Vegito would change fighting stance and enter the iconic one of Son Goku this time instead, standing solid before Broly, who just watches on in silence at first. Before eventually, Broly would have something of his own to say, replying, "If ending this battle sooner is what you wish, Vegito, then for once, we will agree on something. The faster you are removed, the faster the multiverse will finally begin healing from the damage you have inflicted in this timeline and beyond." As suddenly Broly's fist would clench, his muscles would bulge with veins, and with a hushed breath, he would let out, "Your revenge story ends here." Before suddenly switching his own fighting stance to one resembling the old primal Broly, the legendary Angel Fusion who had been training for the last several decades, boosting his power to untold levels with his insane ability to improve in every second of battle, would cock both his arms back as his power level skyrockets to meet Vegito's. Vegito! And shouting out his foe's name in classic Broly style, the Divine Saiyan would then shoot fist forward straight for the God Killer. While atypically, Vegito would just remain smirking, thinking to himself, "That's right, come to Papa, you damn brute!" And as Broly would get closer and closer, Vegito's plan would remain unclear, as his body remains completely unmoved until... "Say hello to the Godslayer's blade!" As suddenly, for the first time in a while, Vegito, with his backhand, would initiate and engage his iconic energy blade, sharp as ever and ready to end Broly's life. But just as he would swipe, things would not prove so easy, as Broly would quickly stop and move just out of range. Guess I should have known better to think it would be that easy. But then again, maybe I did after all. Before in a quick unexpected move, using his free hand, Vegito would then slam a fist directly into the solar plexus of Broly, for devastating effect and winding the Angel Fusion instantly. So much for teaching me Ultra Instinct, Mirrors. Seems you still have a long way to go yourself. As Vegito, not finished yet, would extinguish the energy blade in his former arm and pull it straight back before... "This is for allowing my family to die!" As the God Killer, with as much rage and conviction he had shown to every destroyer before him, would then uppercut Broly at full strength, taking out all of his latent frustration as the legendary Broly's chin is sent sky high, snapping his head back instantly. Direct hit! I'd be surprised if you weren't knocked out cold from that one, coward! Leaving Vegito to smirk as his body would reach higher and higher from the strength of his upward-reaching fist alone. Looking down at Broly, who at first would seem completely out of it until... Vegito! With a furious look, despite the lack of pupils, Broly, with a bleeding mouth, would regain himself enraged. Before instantly grabbing onto the raising foot of Vegito mid-flight. So you do have more in the tank! Surprising Vegito, who barely even expected Broly to withstand his last attack. Do not underestimate me! What? But soon, this grab would grow to more than just a tight grip, as suddenly, Broly would begin pulling the God-Killer towards him with great speed and force, much to the seemingly surprise of Vegito. What? Soon ragdolling the fused Saiyan like a sack of potatoes, pulling him now behind as Vegito's body forcefully contorts in his dust as he pushes forward until... Time to knock some sense back into Kakarot! Suddenly then vanishing mid-travel, taking the God-Killer with him. Randomly then giving us a view of an icy planet in the midst of space, previously unseen in Universe 7, before we finally see that this is where Broly had chosen to bring Vegito. An eerily similar place to where he once fought Gogeta. But the nostalgia ends as quickly as it arrived, as almost instinctively, Broly on arriving on the planet's surface would hurl Vegito's body down to the floor of the planet, smashing him with ferocity. The impact being so vicious, the God-Killer's eyes would force shut while his mouth simultaneously bursts open, screaming in pain as internal bleeding forces blood to shoot out. But as Vegito would be in agony, Broly's stoic look would remain unchanged, staring at the God-Killer as if his assault was only just beginning. As suddenly, before Vegito could even have a moment to recover, from behind, his hair would be tightly grabbed by the skull. By a Broly who once again would begin running straight forward in the opposite direction. Transitioning to complete flight as Vegito continues to be dragged along the ground like a mere child before... Be gone from this realm, spawn of Lucifer! Yelling out as he would suddenly reach a standstill, while pulling Vegito at insane velocity. Eventually increasing it even further, tossing the God-Killer like a rocket straight towards an icy range in the distance. All the while, Vegito's body just complies, unable to do a thing against the sheer force of the legendary Saiyan. Slamming hard directly by the side of his face onto the ice-cold hard surface, with the in pain Vegito just thinking... This ridiculous strength! Is that just Broly? Or are those two in my head fighting somehow making me weaker? But once again, even his thoughts are interrupted by the unrelenting Saiyan, as he quickly grabs onto Vegito's skull once again like a football and pushes it deeper into the icy structure. and in what could only be described as a signature Broly move, the fused angel would then run rapidly forward, scraping the Godkiller's face across the mountain as if he were washing it, breaking it apart as Vegito's face suffers a barrage of damage and friction burn as he does so.
Enough!
But it's not soon after that Vegito would reach his limit in frustration, bursting open his purple devilish eyes pinpointed at Broly before suddenly pivoting his body to grab onto the hand that Broly placed on his skull, shocking Broly with the sudden movement mid-attack until...
Get off me, you freak!
Shifting his body weight to then Uno reverse the situation and slam Broly down onto the ground instead.
What strength!
Causing Broly the same sudden pain as his back violently crashes down, spewing out his own blood this time from the impact.
Now it's my turn!
As Vegito, now positioned on top, would cock back his fist with a devious smile as he readies his inevitable counterattack.
Try your best!
While Broly on the ground would not faint away, quickly bringing his arms together to defend himself, while Vegito would just begin his onslaught.
If you think a defense like that is stopping me, then you obviously have no idea who I am!
As Vegito, with a deadly grin, would rain down such a flurry of punches and at such speed, it almost looks like he has 7 arms on one side. And instantly, Vegito's warning is proven to not just be words, as Broly is turned from angelic specimen to a bruised and bloodied mess of lumps, as every single punch seemingly penetrates his double arms defense and makes direct contact with his face. Each punch with the resolution to kill and not just injure. But as Vegito attempts to land one more devastating punch on Broly's cranium, he would instantly stop in his tracks, noticing something. Noticing that Broly's mouth is now wide open, but no longer due to yelling in pain. As suddenly within the mouth of Broly, a bright green concentrated ball of energy would be forming at a rapid rate.
What? You can do that even in this situation? You freak!
As Vegito, noticing as his entire face begins to become lost in a green hue, would stare in near paralysis over the unexpected danger. And just like that, in a flash, Broly would blast out of his mouth his signature gigantic breath, and crucially, right at the neck of the stunned Vegito, as if about to behead him.
No! No!
And as the powerful green beam would encompass his entire face, pushing him back right before his own eyes, the fear of just how powerful this attack is would finally set in before, in a humongous explosion worthy of Broly, both the fused Saiyan and fused Demon are caught instantly in its detonation ferocity. Until eventually, Vegito, who would presumably had faced most of the brunt of the explosion, would come shooting out of the plume of smoke as a lifeless body into the air. Eventually landing hard on his back onto the ground with a thud, before sliding backwards, scraping across the cold ice. But as he finally musters the energy to look back at what had just happened, through his damaged state, he would mutter,
"Looks like that mid-battle power increase of his is well and truly kicking in now. That blast was way stronger than before. And with Kakarot and Vegeta affecting me, I don't know how much more of this I can deal with."
But as Vegito would look on, he would realize, there where the explosion struck both him and Broly, there no longer seemed to be any sign left of the legendary angel, as just a thick plume of smoke bellows out of what seems like a bottomless crater, leaving the confused Vegito to wonder,
That last attack! Did he miscalculate and take himself out too? Maybe this is my chance.
But just as Vegito would contemplate whether his job had been made a whole lot easier courtesy of Broly himself, suddenly, in an earthquaking unleashing, a blast of vicious energy would explode out of the crate, decimating the clouds of smoke instantly.
Just my luck! Of course, things would never be that easy for me!
As Vegito, watching on in shock at the insane display of power, would be forced to lift his left arm up to cover himself from the pressure and pushback. And rising slowly from within the wave of dark green divine energy would be the silhouette of a truly deity-like warrior that could only be one Saiyan in particular. And of course, once zoomed in, this figure would be revealed to be the great Broly. His face serious, almost unimpressed however, as he looks down at Vegito and says, "You said to give it your all, that you needed to finish this fast. Then tell me why, Vegito. Why does it feel you are nowhere near your best?" And on hearing this, Vegito at first silently would get back to his feet, as Broly divinely levitates in the distance within his abundant flow of energy, before looking on at the angel and saying with a smirk,
"So, you sense it too? You're correct. Something isn't quite right here. You can thank your old friends Kakarot and Vegeta for that. But don't worry, even in this state, I'm more than capable of burying you, Broly."
And instantly in a flash, as if no more talk is needed, the two would rush in at each other suddenly. Within a nanosecond, ridging each other's faces, a punch cocked back on either side. And as their two hardened fists collide with serious impact, a shockwave of pure, bright energy is seen in its wake, blinding anything and everything in its path. But as the light fades, two powerful fists collide once more, but for some reason, these two seem a little different to Broly and Vegito. As once we see who the two assailants are, they are revealed to be Goku and Vegeta, exhausted and in the midst of battle, and both in their ultra forms now, with Goku huffing out, "We're completely equal, Vegeta. This is weird." While Vegeta smiling would reply,
"How absurd of you to think any different. Did you really think you'd always remain one step ahead of me? Get real. We're both one half of Vegito now, and half his power is mine just as much as it is yours." Yeah!
Before rapidly, the two would separate, jumping back to gain distance from one another. But Goku, now far from a jovial mood, would question, Vegeta, why? Why are you doing this? We've done just fine so far. The destroyers who took our family away, we've got them all. The members of the Five, we have everything we need to beat Zeno as is. We never absorbed Whis or Jiren. What makes sparing Broly any different? But Vegeta, continuing his unyielding smirk, would just respond,
The difference is, Kakarot, that I know what it takes to win, and you do not. Your typical optimistic attitude won't change the fact we are continually outclassed every time a new god arrives. Whether it be the fourth, the fifth, or the priest, it's always foregone that we will either die or just scrape by. Whis would have made no difference to our power, and the Grey Man just truly was yet another victim of these gods. Broly may be someone we knew, but now he too is one of those scum. And above all, his infinite potential is what will be key to our victory, whether you know it or not. Now enough of your softness. Apologize to Broly as much as you want once his energy is ours.
leading to Vegeta immediately then jumping forward at seemingly an unprepared Goku, ready to continue their long-awaited battle for supremacy. With Vegeta's first punch though being parried just perfectly by Goku's elbow.
Why you?
And his second similarly having no effect, as Goku would suddenly vanish from the prince's sight. Only for, of course, Goku to appear directly behind Vegeta, falling at speed with his hands clenched together and ready to slam hard on Vegeta's head.
You'll have to try harder than that to save Broly, Kakarot.
But it would seem Vegeta would be far from taken off guard as he instantly turns his head around with a smile before jumping high into the air to escape while Goku is left destroying the ground below.
Vegeta!
But once zoomed in, Vegeta just cannot stop laughing, almost taking a page out of Vegito's book as he looks down and ominously says,
Even though our powers may be the same, our fighting ability remains completely different, Kakarot. And that includes the potency of our techniques. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one way to decide this.
As immediately following this, balls of energy begin to form directly within the hands of the prince. Leaving a partially confused Goku to figure out only one way to decide this. I guess that only means one thing with Vegeta.
Gallic Kamehameha!
As instantly reacting to each other, both would bring their hands together into iconic positions. One powering up a large purple energy ball for his signature Gallic gun, while the other powers a large blue ball of energy for his famous Kamehameha wave until...
Gun!
Both would blast off that full power, rage and conviction engraved into their eyes as they both give it 100% to win the energy wave battle, and ultimately take control of what Vegito will do next. Doesn't look like this will decide anything, but I know what will. As Goku surprisingly will then suddenly bear a smirk as he places 2 fingers on his forehead and begins vanishing. Instant transmissioning behind Vegeta once again, But this time, with Vegeta far too concentrated on his energy beam.
You coward!
Eventually realizing, just far later than last time. Vegeta then would quickly try his best to turn his body just in time to meet with Goku's arriving hands. Eventually ending with the two Saiyans meeting perfectly as their hands interlink, both staring at each other with anger as they both trying to gain the upper hand. But Goku, mid-struggle, would begin yelling, "Vegeta! You haven't changed. You haven't changed at all. You're still the same as always. Selfish and obsessed with getting stronger no matter what you have to do to get it. Just like you did with Babidi. You've forgotten why we're even doing this. We've got our revenge. We've honored our friends already. Now we're in the home stretch. All we have to do is overcome whoever's in front of us with our own power. Just like we always have. We don't need to harm Broly. He isn't our target.
Shut up!
But in response, suddenly a wave of emotion from the prince would come, as tears fall from his eyes out of nowhere, and he yells back,
It's you who's selfish, Kakarot! It's you who clings to your foolish ideals and just expects me to go with them! You are the one who has forgotten why we fight! Why these gods are all the same! They all see us, see our loved ones, as nothing but disposable pieces of waste! And each time we faced a new god, each one has pushed us to our very limit! We've gotten lucky! That is the only reason we still survive! But I will not rely on that anymore! Broly's abilities are just what we always needed! The natural abilities of a true legendary Saiyan! Immortal! And if he needs to be forced into our fight as punishment for standing around while my family were destroyed, then so be it! Because I will bring everyone back, Kakarot! I will bring my Bulma back!
As with a river of tears running down the face of the prideful Saiyan, on his mind, all he would be thinking of would be his late wife. But these sudden thoughts over his deceased family would trigger something deep within Vegeta, as his teeth begin to bare wildly and his energy suddenly starts to flex in dark coloration, as his pupils, much like Broly, begin to disappear completely. But that perhaps may be the least of his changes to come. As suddenly, from the top of Vegeta's skull, unbelievably, the stumps of two horns would begin blasting outwards, this time reminiscent of Vegito himself. His whole body still convulsing and pulsing in veins as his power level begins to reach an unmatched state until... In a crazily familiar sight, Vegeta finally reveals himself in what looks like a demon form of his own. His horns now fully grown and blaring outwards as his eyes now turn black with the same purple pupils of Vegito, now looking more like a twin of the God Killer than the Prince, both in appearance and power. Vegeta! This turn of events of course leaving Goku shell-shocked to say the least, as his eyes burst open wide at the sudden new look and strength of his rival, as he mutters in disbelief, What just happened to you? That's Vegito's power. How did you... But the short for time demonic Saiyan Prince would just quickly interrupt.
Like I told you, Kakarot, Vegito's power is as much mine as it is yours. But what doesn't change is our ability. You just don't have the heart to wield a darkness like this. And that is exactly why you will always remain weak.
Before, without any hesitation, Demon Vegeta would instantly raise his knee high up with speed and force, striking the unsuspecting Goku instantly on the chin, knocking his head back violently. And once we would see the look on Goku's face now, his own pupils would have disappeared, but seemingly not because of a power-up, but more so because his eyes would begin rolling up behind his head. And as Goku's body would rise into the air, a cackling under his breath Vegeta would begin vanishing immediately. Appearing right behind Goku in the same pose our hero had tried earlier, shouting,
"Now this is the difference between a low-class warrior and royalty who will do anything to win!"
Landing his double-handed blow viciously onto the back of Goku's skull. So hard and ferociously, not even a sound of pain is heard from Goku this time, as his body plummets instantly down to crash land with force on the ground below. And once we see his face in the aftermath, we quickly realize why no sound was made on the last attack. As it seems, in just 2 blows in this new form of Vegeta's, Goku would be knocked unconscious and back into base. While Vegeta, looking down, almost with a look as if surprised of his own strength, would stoically comment,
"Sorry, Kakarot, but this story will not go the way you want anymore. This time, I win!" Vegito!
Before, with a smirk, Vegeta would then look into the sky and yell,
"You see this? Do it now, Vegito! Finish Broly!" Broly!
But on the outside, the God Killer would still be involved in his own battle, with his fist colliding with Broly's, trying to push back onto... Suddenly, a change would overcome Vegito, as his formerly purple eyes would suddenly turn red now, and he would just whisper,
"My power! It's returning! No, it's increasing!"
Leaving even Broly with a sense of confusion as he notices the sudden and random change in Vegito's appearance. But that would not be all.
What is going on? His energy, it's growing and getting darker. Has he pulled out more of Lucifer's power already?
As soon the shock would grow into a sense of fear, as Vegito's changes would be more than just superficial.
Looks like I won't need that therapist after all, Broly. But unfortunately, I'm done with this anyway.
Before quickly, Vegito would then turn his closed fist into an open palm in the base of Broly's attack onto... Instantly, with overwhelming power, Vegito would grab back onto Broly's fist and abruptly break the wrist of the legendary warrior with a loud crack.
Vegito!
Leading to Broly immediately screaming in pain, while a giggling Vegito would already be preparing his next move, with his arm back and his eyes still blood red. and the end result would prove to be a sudden strike to the Saiyan's throat, as he grabs it with force.
I've had enough of you yelling my name. If you like it so much, then you'll love being called it from now on!
As Vegito would then push back Broly with one arm as he struggles until... shooting off with unmatched, unfathomable speed, like a bullet, straight into the distance. His trajectory curved towards the ground before... in a mass explosion, Vegito would use Broly as a cushion to crash straight into the icy ground, leaving Broly now in a burial of broken shards of ice as his throat remains tightly gripped by the God Killer. But curiously, Vegito would then begin moving his body upright soon after, eventually pulling up by the neck a seemingly defenseless and beaten Broly, who is forced to stare Vegito in the face before saying,
It's too late. It's too late for you, Vegito. That power, that is no doubt the great demons. The only one who can stop you now is Father.
leaving Vegito to just smile and respond.
Father! I'm guessing this is Mirus talking to me now, because I don't quite think Paragus has that kind of power. You keep telling me I'm losing myself to Lucifer, but to tell you the truth, it's never felt so great to be me! And you'll know that feeling too, soon enough.
And viciously, not allowing Broly to say any more, Vegito would then grip even tighter, collapsing Broly's windpipe, before looking down deviously and letting out one final time.
Now, become one with greatness, Broly!
As suddenly the entire arm of Vegito, along with the majority of his body, would explode into a purple goo that would quickly encapsulate the body of Broly, covering him from head to toe, casting a shadow as the shocked face of Broly can barely react in the moment. And in a truly scary scene, we would see Vegito's whole body, minus his laughing face, then completely cover the legendary Angel, creating a wall of pink goo once Vegito had finally completely wrapped around, before suddenly the mass of pink goo would begin to get smaller, eventually collapsing into a concentrated splodge on the ground, before slowly raising back up to create the silhouette of an all-new figure. That figure eventually being shown as one that looks like a mixture of Broly and Vegito, but perhaps a little too much like Broly, before instantly... in a rush of rage, the figure would power up, his body bulked up completely, and his black hair now spiked out. It's a wonder now whether this is really Vegito who took over this fusion, or was it Broly? So our story continues with Vegito now in his all-new bulked up form, having just absorbed whole the legendary Broly, his body several proportions larger and taller, as his entire being is surrounded in a powerful aura, complete with black lightning, as Vegito himself remains seemingly silent. Before looking down at the palm of his hands, albeit with missing pupils, and commenting,
So, this is what your power felt like, huh, Broly? How ridiculous. I feel like a monster. But the question is, does the power match up to the feeling.
Before moving his hand down and ducking his head with a devious expression and continuing,
Well, I know just the move to determine that. I wonder how it feels too.
And suddenly, out of nowhere, testing the abilities and techniques of the newly assimilated Broly, Vegito would then blast out of his mouth a gigantic breath of his own, purple in color instead of green, as the massive energy wave shoots straight out, traveling at light speed far off into the distance, eventually reaching behind a mountain range of icy structures. And for a moment, as it makes impact, there is a brief silence before, in a gigantic explosion of indescribable impacting sound, the entire range of ice mountains is erased in an instant, all before the unflinching Vegito, who once we zoom in on him, not only does he stand smirking at an impressed look, but smoke bellows out of his burning hot mouth as he comments,
A little bit of a sore throat, but I could get used to that.
Before, just as fast as he shot out his beam, Vegito would then revert back to his normal recognizable form. Smoke coming from his lips as he carries on.
Powerful too, it seems. Don't even need to power it up before release. What a move, Broly. I'll be sure to honor your legacy by making use of that as much as I can.
Eventually, then silencing the laughter as he would stand pondering what his next move should be now. Will it be to take on Zeno, find the fourth and fifth, or something else? As he would then swiftly turn around, looking towards the blank sky. And inside his head, once zoomed in, he would just think,
Now what? Every god of destruction, every single one of my family's killers, now is finally dead. Revenge may be mine, but until they're brought back, my mission does not end.
As soon, the scene would then pan out deep into the sky, as if his next target would be out there. But it wouldn't be in there that our story would actually then shift, as back with true demon Jiren, his fight would be continuing, as standing there before him with his back turned to us would be Makoto, now fully transformed into his mysterious blood demon state, as he looks calmly on at the former Pride Trooper and lets out,
Well, I don't suppose two demons will be allowed to battle here in the mortal realm for too long. The fifth is most likely already on his way. And couple that with the fact I haven't got long like this either. And it means your death will be quick, Jiren the Grey!
Instantly switching mid-sentence like a schizophrenic into a monstrous yell would be the blood demon, now with his ghastly teeth on show and his oversized tongue shooting outwards.
Come forward, warrior!
Before, in a violent rage, as if forcefully commanding Jiren forward, Makoto would then slam both his feet down, destroying the ground below and shaking the very core of the planet they are on, while sending shockwaves for miles ahead.
Allow me to show you a true demon!
Suddenly morphing further and further from humanoid in appearance to more and more like a monster, as he screams louder and louder. But meanwhile, watching on, totally unworried or seemingly affected in the slightest, a covered in black lightning Jiren would just stoically respond, "Disgusting. If looking like you is the fate left for me for using this so-called demon power, then you may have finally just given me one good reason to reject it. But I will finish you first before deciding anything!" Suddenly then rushing in at full speed towards Makoto with his hands bared open like a beast. All the while, the tailed blood demon would just await his prey like a Venus flytrap. But even as Jiren would reach within inches of the demon and ready to brutally slam his fist into him, Makoto would just remain unmoving until... Far too slow! As at the very last second, the blood demon would move back, making Jiren miss in time. But his counter would be the most shocking of all. As suddenly, despite Makoto moving back, at the very same time, would then plunge one of his 4 fleshy tails at breakneck speed straight into the side of Jiren, penetrating him instantly.
What was that?
Leaving Jiren to just gasp in pain as a river of blood burst out of not only his wound, but his mouth also. As Makoto, pleased with himself, would just callously then remove his tail, leaking blood as it escapes before continuing, "Now, Jiren, I know this is probably your first time fighting a real demon, but you should know, you have a lot more to be aware of than just simple arms and legs with us." Before his point is proven cleanly with Makoto, then using the same tail to slam Jiren's chin hard, knocking the Godkiller's head back violently. So hard, in fact, Jiren is then sent flying off into the distance as if the tail were an oversized arm, causing Jiren's body to launch into a spin across the ground as his torso forcefully rolls and rolls across until reaching a silent stop in the field, with his face flat on the ground. It would almost seem, with just that one attack alone, Makoto had knocked out the Godkiller. But walking over, not convinced in the slightest, would be the grotesque monster that is now the fourth, as he gets closer and closer and comments sadistically, "Come on now! Is that all it takes? Why even pretend? We both know you are capable of far more than just this. Get up and give me one last real challenge. I still have just enough time before the power of Lucifer overwhelms me." And proving Makoto's point, almost as if having heard him, Jiren would then be seen getting up just barely, trembling as he does so on his knees and elbows as blood from his wound would begin to seep out. Until finally, with his mouth gasping for air, he would look up and let out, "The speed of that attack and the force, it cut through my body like it was nothing. Its edge is even sharper than his katana. If he had aimed for my vital spots on either of those attacks, I'd be dead already. Why did he spare me?" and as he uses every bit of his remaining strength to push through the pain, Jiren would then get up onto one knee, on the verge of pushing himself up as his crimson blood would now congregate in a puddle on the floor. But this weakened state would only be short-lived before...
Make you regret that!
In a demonic roar of his own, Jiren the Grey would then push through the adversity and agony, and power his aura to an all-new high as he screams to his heart's content. Yes, young Jiren, that is more like it. Show me how much more you can tap into the great Lucifer's power! And in response, Jiren, as if one step ahead, would already be rushing in with conviction, straightforward yet again, despite what had happened earlier. And in a show of true dominance, Makoto would remain with his arms folded, but with his four bloody tails moving around as if with minds of their own, goading Jiren's arrival as he gets closer and closer. But as Jiren moves forward, he would think to himself, if you believe I will fall for the same tricks more than once, then you have severely underestimated me, old warrior! And just as the fourth would attack, once more with insane speed with one of his fleshy tails, Jiren, with impressive foresight, would quickly dodge perfectly, so fluidly and precisely as if making use of his ultra instinct, that after images would be left behind until ultimately... Jiren would reach this time to the fourth and land a devastating punch that would strike directly onto the cheek and already closed left eye of Makoto. But alarmingly, not only would the Blood Angel remain still with his arms folded, but with a crazed grin as he looks on at Jiren's fist as if not fazed in the slightest, commenting, "Oh wow, seems I gave you a little too much credit, Jiren. You don't know how to use that power of yours at all. I knew I should have gone for Vegito instead. Maybe I'd actually feel his attacks." These attacks angering the former destroyer, who simply cannot believe at this point that his attacks are not working at all, as he thinks, "My punch did nothing? Ludicrous! This darkness flowing through me. This kind of energy should be felt by anything and anyone! There is no way Son Goku could be as strong as this! This must be some form of trickery!" Leading to Jiren then quickly cocking back his fist to try again, yelling out, "Whatever your lies, justice will be served!" Launching violently with increased speed and frequency into a barrage of punches that all strike on the fourth. Just perhaps not on the target he wished for, as if being protected by his own guards, Makoto would then be unmoved as each of his four tails would whip back and forth, defending against every one of Jiren's fists. Leading to the blood demon with his tongue out to goad. Having fun there, Jiren? When may I join in too? Right about now! As suddenly, Jiren would then prove his worth once more and finally strike Makoto through his tail defense, sending the off-balance fourth moving sideways. As Jiren would then yell out, "Do not underestimate me!" leaving the blood demon to then step back with his arms no longer folded as he begins to remember the threat that Jiren poses. With Jiren looking at him coldly and commenting, "When will you finish with your poor attempts at insulting me? I left you for dead once, and if you continue like this, it will only happen again. Fight with your all. Show me you have even a shred of honor!" But the devilish one-eyed creature would just laugh at first, before replying, "You're right. I should take you more seriously. But as the old adage goes, be careful what you wish for, young man. This may be over in a flash." Leaving a confused Jiren to wonder what those words could possibly mean, as he cautiously watches for any kind of movement from the relaxed appearing blood demon until... Suddenly, a sonic frequency is heard as something speeds towards Jiren at incomparable speed.
Hello!
As suddenly, as if having used instant transmission, Makoto would immediately appear right behind Jiren, his tails slathering on the totally unsuspecting godkiller, as just out of the corner of his eyes, he would realize thinking, "No, his speed! It's jumped again!" But mid-thought, Makoto would turn his body around, whipping his tails directly onto the back of Jiren, sending him forward. "You asked for my all, didn't you?" As Makoto would then straight after this lift his arm up into the air, flexed, ready to chop down, as the pain-stricken Jiren would still appear struggling to recover. "I'd move if I were you, Jiren! I won't be letting you live with this slice!" And as the blood demon would swipe his arm with ferocity, Jiren would do just that, possibly to the surprise of Makoto as he vanishes and then suddenly appears far off into the distance and curiously high in the sky, with even Makoto remarking, "You didn't need to move that far. What are you doing? Thinking you can run away?" But Jiren, high above, would look far from on the run. His eyes focus deeply on Makoto as he lets out, "From what you say, it seems now that I've gone down this path, I couldn't run from my destiny even if I wanted to. My only solace is removing pests like you from my trail." "Very true, Jiren, but I'm not sure about getting rid of us pests. How exactly do you plan on doing that while so outclassed?" "By destroying you along with this planet!" As suddenly spreading his palm wide to the ground and aimed directly at Makoto, a strange and unfamiliar ball of dark energy begins to form in Jiren's hand, soon increasing in size to even rival Jiren's body as pressure and wind from just its generation reaches all the way down to the blood demon who comments, "Well, I'll be. Seems he's tapping into even more demon energy with that attack. His body truly has a talent for handling Lucifer's power. Perfect. I see you still choose to challenge my attacks head on. Very well, warrior.
Underestimate me at your own risk!
As the stoic Jiren would look down, unimpressed that Makoto would still refuse to acknowledge his power, while the crazed blood demon would just invite the attack, yelling,
Don't worry! I have not underestimated you at all! I just know that you still have a long way to go before challenging me! Bring it on!
And just like that, Jiren in response would scream with ferocity, as his giant ball of demonic energy that now resembles a spirit bomb shoots down directly towards the still standing Makoto, who has all 4 of his tails flared up as if ready to catch.
If this is what you thought would be my end, then you're stupider than I thought!
But in reality, instead of catching, Makoto would quickly opt to bring all 4 of his blood-made tails forward in front of him, each touching at the tip, creating a makeshift shield. And to perhaps no surprise, it would work seemingly perfectly, as instantly, Jiren's attack would begin grinding against the tails of Makoto, stopped in its tracks as the surface of the planet begins to wipe off to completion from the power being emitted.
What?
But soon enough, as we look closer, things may not be going as swimmingly as previously thought, as Jiren's dark ball would find itself reaching nearer and nearer to the blood demon's face, as the strength of its pushback becomes too much for the Fourth's tails. But it seems, in this new monstrous form, monstrous techniques exist too, as in Broly-like fashion, a bright red ball of energy would suddenly appear, being created within his mouth before... Like a sniper, Makoto would then fire his beam of energy, which astonishingly does not just push back Jiren's, but is also so powerful it shoots right through the beam and reaches Jiren within an instant, with the aftermath being a truly gigantic explosion mid-air that would coat both warriors as collateral damage, with each in view as just a cloud of smoke before... Both finally would be revealed once more, dirtier than ever, both with some damage, but each with rage in their eyes, as Jiren comments, You've proven yourself worthy of your name, Fourth. But I cannot die here. Not yet. Son Goku would never forgive me in the afterlife.
So optimistic of you to believe you'll have an afterlife! Little do you know, those branded as demons have a fate far worse than death awaiting them. It is why I hid myself for all these years in the mortal realm, containing this power that cannot be controlled out here. Now my time is running short. You will be my ticket to remaining here, Jiren the Grey!
But just as Makoto would begin yelling out a nonsensical speech, a sharp pain would afflict his body as blood is forced out from his internal organs. Looking down injured and weakened already, he would think,
Damn it! I'm reaching my limit! Lucid's energy will overcome me. And if that happens, all hell will be let loose. I'd be erased by the fifth or the priest instantly. I have to do it now.
But seeing his opportunity on the patter of Makoto's blood onto the ground, Jiren would already have launched straight forward at Makoto, ready to capitalize. As internally, mid-flight, you would cautiously think, this could be another trick, but either way, I cannot let this chance go. And it would seem that this was no trick at all, as with his defenses low, Jiren would land a backhand right on the torso of Makoto, sending the demon flying back initially before...
Lucky hit!
He would soon dig his heels and tails into the ground and stop himself from moving back any further. But this would be nothing to Jiren, as he would just strafe forward to attack once more.
Come then! Even like this, you're still nothing but a runt!
Though Makoto would be preparing himself, his own fist tightened as he beckons the God Killer.
Come to me, my vessel!
As suddenly the fourth would unleash and open all 8 of his limbs, accepting in Jiren's attack, while interestingly referring to him by a strange name. And just like that, the two would meet eye to eye. But for some reason, it only seems like Jiren is prepared to actually attack, while a massive demonic grin only seems to appear on Makoto's face. And so Jiren would once again make contact, his attack strong, and while Makoto is clearly a shell of himself, it would damage him far more than any previous attack. As with his cheek caved in and liquid splattering from his mouth, the blood demon would remain unusually silent.
This all ends here, warrior!
While Jiren, now coating his final fist in a powerfully concentrated fiery aura, would attempt to combo into one more battle-ending assault. But as he attacks, Jiren's punch is surprisingly grabbed by the fourth's palm, leaving Jiren to stare annoyed and comment, "Seems you have even more to give after all." Too little too late, however. This battle ends now! As quickly, an angered Makoto would then grab onto Jiren's next punch as well, struggling as he holds on yelling,
"You're right! This battle does end here! But not the way you're hoping, God Killer! Give up!
But these tough words from the weakened blood demon would prove fruitless, as the oversized, bulky Jiren would quickly begin overpowering the fourth, pushing him back effortlessly.
Fine, I give up. You win this battle.
But in a shocking turn, Makoto would seemingly then concede, loosening his grip as he allows Jiren to overpower him. But unbeknownst to Jiren, behind Makoto, those hidden tails would begin plotting something of their own.
But I win the war!
As unbelievably, Makoto's 4 tails would then do the unthinkable, stabbing straight through the demon's own body and through the gut of the unsuspecting Jiren also. All in an instant, and so fast, Jiren hardly has a chance to even let go of Makoto's palms. His internal organs now completely ruptured, the God Killer is left without words, only able to cough up a splash of blood that splatters all over the face of Makoto. Delicious! But in a disgusting scene, Makoto would proceed to instantly use his oversized tongue to then lick off the traces of his foe's blood, before pulling his tongue away and yelling, "I thought I told you! Keep your eyes on more than just my arms and legs. I guess it's too late to learn now. But despite the laughs, the horrifying result on Jiren's end would be his lifeless eyes, now blurring in and out of consciousness, just looking on as he silently mutters,
You stabbed yourself? How do you not die?
because there's always so much life around me! As suddenly, out of nowhere, Makoto's body would explode into a wave of blood itself, and suddenly shoot straight into the wound and body of Jiren. All done so fast, it would almost appear as if Makoto had just vanished.
You?
The aftermath being a shocked Jiren, with a red face having been slathered in the point-blank explosion of blood, before revealing his lone confused self alone on the battlefield, now that his enemy had, at least to him, completely disappeared. But Makoto's disappearance would be the last of Jiren's concerns in the end, as in a devastating view, a gaping hole in the middle of Jiren's stomach would then be shown. And as more of his life force bleeds out, a trembling Jiren would try his best to stand up straight in silence until...
Son Goku, I failed.
Ultimately, the damage would prove far too great, and Jiren would abruptly then fall to what is presumably his untimely death. That is until, of course, some way, somehow, not even moments later, Jiren would find some strength within once again, slowly crawling up, as his head would then begin to rise with closed eyes and silence until... Finally, a body fit for a demon. Jiren would awaken, revealing now the same red seraphim eyes as Makoto once had, as the noticeably more dastardly looking Jiren looks to his hands as if never having seen them before and comments, I told you I would get you, my dear vessel, Jiren the Great. Your body will allow my powers to grow even further. A body to truly handle the power of Lucif. I will finally be able to use my blood demon form without fear of death. But if you are only the weaker of the two god killers, then I simply must see for myself just how powerful the other one is. His body may be an even greater vessel than yours. Just the body I need to take down Z and prove to Master Dai that he was always wrong about me! Vegito! As without a word more, in pure excitement, the fourth, now within the body of Jiren, would then blast off into the sky in search of his next victim, with only one certain god killer on his mind. But talking of the god killer, back with Vegito, he would remain standing still, staring at the sky, thinking briefly, before I go and find the fourth, I better recover some energy. I haven't eaten in ages. I don't even know how I do it. Before finally, a smile would crack on Vegito's face as he thinks fondly of his late wife and says, You know, I never really appreciated her cooking back when I was home. But man, I miss Chi-Chi's meals. I bet one of those would get me back to full strength.
Soon, my love.
And instantly, with his daydream over, Vegito, just like Jiren, would then shoot into the sky. And soon, as we look on at the vast expanse of space, Vegito would be seen flying through at warp speed, eagerly trying to find a suitable planet to land and eat. And as he zooms through, still smiling, he would say,
This speed! How mind-boggling! Broly's power is truly one of the best additions I ever made. I feel as strong now in base as I would have in blue. Maybe the rest of the 5 won't be needed after all.
But just as he would begin gaining confidence, a new presence would be felt right near him. And one that just cannot be ignored as he comments,
What? What is that I'm sensing? Did the 4th of the 5 strongest find me already?
Not quite, monkey. But as Vegito would wonder, a strange but familiar voice would answer for him, leading to Vegito quickly turning around, yelling,
Monkey? Who the hell? What?
But as he does so, only shock would await him, as unbelievably behind him, a massive spaceship would meet his gaze, and one with a very iconic design that could only belong to one family of creatures. And unsurprisingly, out of the ship's opening window, none other than Frieza would come out, sitting in his chair in his final form already, with a typical devious smirk. And as Frieza would soon reach in front of Vegito, he would say, I may not be the 4th, but I may be just as much as a challenge for the likes of you 2 monkeys. Or should I say 3?
Frieza! You survived too?
But for the God Killer, just the very sight of seeing the former Emperor of the Universe would be enough to freeze him in shock, as thoughts from his far-gone past suddenly rushed through him. But it would quickly switch to annoyance, as Vegito would let out,
Now what the hell are you doing here? Didn't you learn your lesson enough last time? If you're up to no good, you picked the wrong time to run into me.
But this would just bring on a perhaps nervous laughter, as Frieza would just say, What a warm welcome for a dear friend. I see even 10 years has no effect on educating you silly monkeys on common courtesy. Before then jumping out to meet Vegito face to face, and with his arms folded would then say, Well, I'm here as I have been watching you, and I have been waiting for your eventual arrival to this godforsaken universe. You approached me once in the afterlife with a proposal that could benefit me, which it has, but now I have a proposal of equal value to you. But Vegito, seemingly already dismissing the Emperor, would just respond,
Look, Frieza, maybe 10 years ago, something you had to offer me would have been on my radar. But I've got bigger things to worry about now. Far bigger fish. So for now, take your proposal and shove it up your... Wait!
But suddenly, Frieza's look would change almost entirely, as with a cunning peer, he would continue, You should really learn to hear someone out before making a decision, monkey. As suddenly, Frieza would finally, for the first time in the Ultra Vegito series, showcase his new Black Frieza form. His power now at an unreal level, having first been achieved 10 years ago from just a couple weeks of training. And now, after a decade, Just what has the Frost Demon achieved?
What? Frieza! That energy! How?
And judging by the God Killer's reaction, it may be an achievement that shocks everyone. So our story continues with the shocking sight of Black Frieza in his all-new dark and powerful form, looking on with a smug smile at the positively shocked God Killer, with Vegito's face showing he not only can't believe that after all this time he would finally run into Frieza again of all people, but also his pure surprise at the all-new level of power before him. And sensing the few Saiyans' thoughts and posture, the thoroughly pleased with himself and cocky Frieza would let out, "What is it, monkey? You seem a little uncomfortable. Are you impressed with what you see by any chance? You didn't really think I would have done nothing in the last 10 years, did you? I told you I would have my revenge one day. And now that my throne as the Emperor of the Universe has finally been reclaimed, that day is now." But Vegito, who continues to seem less than overjoyed with Frieza's sudden appearance, would finally then break his shock to comment,
Frieza! This form, it looks stupid!
Suddenly breaking out into an insulting laugh as Black Frieza is just left looking awkwardly on in near silence. But the laughter and belittlement would not even end there, as grabbing his stomach from the pain of his giggle, Vegito would continue.
What kind of new transformation is that? 10 years. 10 whole years later. And the best you can do is that? Half your body is practically the same as your final form. All you did was blacken your arms, legs and face. Even that dumb golden Frieza form at least changed everything. Man, I remember the days you had real transformations. Ones where you actually looked different. Things have gone downhill.
As behind him, we see an example of one of Frieza's legendary old forms. Things have gone downhill, monkey! Leaving Frieza even more comedically flustered, as losing his cool, he lifts his finger and yells, "How is it that you're talking about my forms looking the same, when all you monkeys do is change your damn hair color? How dare you!" But soon, normality and a serious tone would return, as now done with the silliness, a vein would pop on Frieza's forehead as he grumbles, "Enough! Well, that got my blood boiling for the first time in a long time. What else could I expect from your kind? The truth is, I could care less about what a monkey thinks about my appearance, but what you will respect and bow down to is my power." As suddenly, tightening his fist, a strange but concentrated energy would begin to arise within the Emperor until... Now die! As instantly, in a flamboyant change of pose, Black Frieza would then fire out a classic death beam with expert precision. And of course, it would be aimed right at the prone God Killer, who would just remain standing still as the beam would get closer and closer, to the point his eyes would light up from staring right into its apex. and ultimately, as the extremely fast beam meets its target, Vegito's head would be struck and instantly rocked back, as it explodes like a firework on impact. Leaving the smirking Frieza to giggle out. Guess as unimpressive as you may have thought my new form to be, you've learned a grave lesson about not judging a book by its cover, haven't you, monkey? Huh? But as Frieza would gloat, suddenly a strange noise would be heard coming from Vegito, as Frieza would wonder, what the devil is that sound? Is he powering up? As unbelievably, as we zoom in on Vegito's still tilted back head, he would be seen just sleeping like a baby. Totally unfazed it seems, and already dramatically bored with Frieza's appearance. What? Instantly triggering the Frost Demon, who grips his fist tightly as his eyes open wide in fury, along with gritted teeth yelling, "How dare you sleep before me? My power is something to be feared!" As he's immediately then surrounded in more dark aura. But it would be at this point that Vegito would then finally awaken. A small smirk as he thinks inside.
Interesting. Looks like his energy can go even further.
Before then abruptly lifting his head back up with his arms on his hips. Before with now a slightly annoyed and pressed for time look, then letting out.
Listen, Frieza. Now isn't a good time. And I certainly don't have the patience to be dealing with your pointless drivel. Live your life, do some good with it. The next time I return here, the multiverse will never be the same. Evil will no longer exist on my watch. So fix yourself while you still have the chance, as it will be by force if I ever see you again. Goodbye, Frieza!
Instantly then turning around swiftly, waving his hand in farewell to the taken by surprise Frieza. Monkey! But at this point, the disrespect would have reached an all-time high for Frieza, and pushed him to his breaking point as his energy spikes once more and lightning begins to ferociously cover him. Come back here, Saiyan! As suddenly, the Emperor's body would bulk up completely, his power level now at what seems its max limit, screaming at Vegito with decades of held-back rage and fury towards Goku and Vegeta, as his eyes now suddenly glow a violent red. And with those pulsating red eyes and his now grimace on full show, the cold Frieza would let out, "I have spent 10 years without hearing your insolent mouth, and it seems already I can no longer stand to hear any more. Die by my hand finally!" Instantly then rushing towards the back-turned Vegito with all his might, hoping to capitalize on the God Killer's underestimation. But little would Frieza know, just as he would move forward with a smirk on his face out of the corner of Vegito's eye, his gaze would never have left the Black Warrior's side. And instantly, with a loud clash, Black Frieza's fist would then be revealed to be perfectly and quickly stopped in its tracks by the palm of Vegito, grabbing it tightly while not moving back an inch. What? And though Frieza would be positively perplexed at how easily he would be stopped at full power, the God Killer would just remain calm with his eyes not even open anymore, leaving Frieza to wonder, "Why you? Are you sleeping again, monkey?" But Vegito, maintaining a collected and far less emotional look, would just say under his breath, with his eyes still closed,
Impressive, Frieza. Looks like you've come a long way too. Even your eyes have changed. But you should know, mine have too.
As immediately, Vegeta would then open his eyes and reveal shockingly 2 yellow Ikari eyes, gained of course from the legendary Broly, boosting his power level by 10 times on the spot. And unsurprisingly, these eyes wouldn't go unnoticed by Frieza, who would know them all too well, commenting, "Those eyes? Of course you would have those as well, monkey. Must be what happens when you fuse with that freak Broly." But on the instant of hearing Frieza actually mention the fusion of the legendary Saiyan, Vegito would question,
You know I fused with Broly? How on earth could you have seen that? I could have sworn I was alone out there. I didn't sense your dark, evil energy at all.
But a coy smile would then come across Frieza's face as he responds explaining, "Dark and evil energy? My, what a compliment. But no, I wasn't there in person per se, but I was watching closely, and have been for a while. You see, all these years I've been slowly rebuilding my once great army, recruiting warriors from all different planets and species. And one of my men, an old fellow, had the power to see anything within the multiverse via a crystal ball. When I soon learned of both you and the prince's disappearance, I began watching what you did to poor Broly just now, and watching the sinister evil acts you have been doing since before that. I watched and saw just how much of a monster you have become. The great Goku, savior of planet Namek, now killing gods and angels. You're more of a villain than even I am now, aren't you, monkey? How the mighty have fallen. You're just like me."
What did you say?
But this last comment and comparison would cause something to snap within Vegito, as he would begin grumbling,
You know nothing about me! So don't pretend you do!
As violently in brutal response, the God Killer would then instantly slam his leg straight into the gut of the unsuspecting Frieza, while simultaneously letting go of his hand for maximum impact. Sending the Emperor flying at warp speed through space, seemingly lost for strength to recover before quickly Using his tail, he would continuously spin until coming to a halt.
Impossible!
And as Black Frieza would stop, he immediately would find himself grabbing his gut in pain, feeling something he hasn't felt now in over a decade. How dare you hurt me like that, monkey! This realization, of course, making the more petulant than usual Frieza to now yell in fury, with near bloodshot eyes as he continues, "You're going to pay for that! That foot you used will be my newest trophy!" But looking down on Frieza, like his words were nothing more than the ramblings of a child, he would just reply,
"Monkey, how many times exactly are you going to call me that? And what's with this shock over being hit? Seems all this time left your devices ruling over your weakling men has made you forget who you are. You are nothing to me, Frieza. You were nothing on Namek 20 years ago, and you're even more insignificant here today. It's time I finish this and get back to my mission."
And just like that, Vegito would then begin moving at indescribable speed, while the completely incensed Frieza would just begin holding out his hand as if about to attack from afar, yelling, "You! This will not be as easy as you think!" But of course, before any of that sentence could end, with the coldest of stares and the most perfect of movement, Ultra Vegito would already be right in front of Frieza, grabbing the gobsmacked Frieza by the skull as if playing basketball. Immediately shooting off like a Saiyan space pod straight down towards a nearby planet, with Frieza's ragdoll-like body along for the ride. As instantly, with a humongous explosion of intense velocity, then crash lands onto its brittle surface. And in the smoke, both the God Killer and Frieza would be lost from the calamity, until finally the backside of Vegito would then appear to us silent, before we would then see the face of the God Killer, Ikari eyes still in full use, and looking down once again, now at his victim, thinking,
"That same move just took out Broly. Just this form alone should be enough for a weakling like Frieza."
Monkey! And on first sight of the Emperor in the aftermath, Vegito's prediction would seem spot on, as the heavily damaged villain would remain eyes closed and struggling to breathe on the ground, in the crater created by his impact. And as all the dust would settle, Vegito standing above him would just whisper out, "Pathetic! I told you, now wasn't the time." It's always time to put down a Saiyan! As shockingly, almost as if on reaction to Vegito's words, Frieza would then instantly open his eyes with a broad smile once more. Using his previously unwatched tail to suddenly slither across the ground like a jetpack snake and grab tightly onto Vegito's ankle.
His tail?
Leading to the God Killer to briefly react in surprise to the unexpected movement before... Yeah! Get down and bow to me, monkey! Suddenly, with great force, and with just his tail alone, Frieza would completely sweep Vegito off his feet, dragging his leg to the point of collapsing towards the ground back first. And like a wild hyena, the Emperor would then literally jump at his chance, speeding into the air as Vegito falls with his fist already cocked back. What? But of course, things would never be that easy with the level of the God Killer now, as instantly as he swings his black fist, Vegito would vanish completely. Where did that monkey swing to now? Leaving Frieza confused at first, before...
You're even worse than I thought.
Behind Frieza, Vegito would reappear momentarily until... With a sudden side swipe, Vegito would menacingly strike Black Frieza just as he turns around, sending him careering off to the left. Before landing front first on the earthy ground, skidding across by his scaly skin, feeling each and every piece of rubble scratch onto him as friction brings him to an eventual stop. And looking on unimpressed, almost as if this was now just a chore, the God Killer would say,
"This is pointless. At my level of strength, fighting weaklings like you is beneath me."
Before turning his body once again and continuing,
"Congratulations on your power increase. It's not bad for your kind. Maybe you'll prove useful one day, but today is not it."
Eventually then jumping into the sky, now completely done the Emperor. But meanwhile, Frieza, now leaking blood profusely from his mouth, would appear far from giving up as he struggles up onto his hands and knees, mumbling, "Today is the day!" At first, not being noticed by Vegito as he steadfastly carries on his travel to find food, before Frieza, now just barely back on his feet, would continue in a louder voice, "Today is the day you..." Now noticed by the God Killer as he looks back and thinks,
"He's up already? That new form. It's improved his endurance a heck of a lot. I wonder if I could use that."
Before Black Frieza, now smirking in classic style once again, would finally finish his sentence saying, "Today is the day you die, Saiyan!" Yeah! Dual death sources! And just like that, pulling energy out from his anger alone, the Emperor would raise both of his hands up into the air and summon two iconic spinning blades of energy, much like Krillin's Destructo discs, but purple in color. Yeah! It's time to turn you back into 3 pieces! Quickly then, not wasting any time, and launching both death sources at the same exact time, pinpointed at the God Killer.
Really, Frieza?
But Vegito would be more than prepared, as instantly as his body would turn, like turning on a switch, his legendary God Slayer energy blade would automatically then engage.
Get real!
But the dramatic attack would be short-lived, as more or less within a nanosecond, as the death sources would arrive, they would just as quickly be dispatched off completely. as Vegito, without a flinch in facial expression, would cut through the attacks like butter. What? How strong have these Saiyans gotten? Didn't he just go through an entire battle with Broly and countless gods without rest? He should be far weaker now.
I am weaker, Frieza. Just not weak enough to be beaten by the likes of you.
What? Quickly being interrupted by the still high in the sky Vegito, who continues with his energy blade extended. I've had enough of your lies, ape! As the still disbelieving Frieza would then raise his finger up and concentrate a black energy at its tip once more. Just try and take this one on the chin! I promise you will regret it! Black Death Beam! And just like that, with what seems like a new and improved signature move, Frieza would fire a myriad of shots straight towards the God Killer.
As you wish, I'll just dodge them.
But Vegito, goading the Emperor by actually following his requests, would immediately make each of Frieza's death beams miss, moving so perfectly with Ultra Instincts that mirages of himself are now left in tow. You're using that damn technique from the tournament, aren't you? Annoying the furious Emperor, with Vegito just replying,
Maybe, maybe not. Surely after 10 years, you've learned to do the same? Don't tell me you're that untalented.
I hate you! And with his fury now building to the point it was when he first met Goku, Frieza would lose all grip and immediately begin powering up a large death ball while standing straight on the surface of the planet yelling, "You can disappear along with this entire solar system, monkey!" But Vegito, now almost losing interest, would just look on coldly and respond,
You really can't teach an old dog new tricks, can you? This is exactly the same trash tactics you always resort to. First on Kakarot, then on Trunks. And you think you'll be a third time lucky now, huh? How tragic.
But with lightning speed, the God Killer would not even wait for Frieza to fully power up his attack, slamming his fist directly into the gut of Frieza like a rocket. So powerful, it looks at first as if his hand had actually gone inside his body. And so fast, Frieza had yet to even react to the pain before... In unimaginable pain, the adrenaline would subside and the agony of the attack would come into full effect, as Black Frieza would then squeal like an injured animal and cough out gushes of blood from the inevitable rupture of his internal organs. What the callous and unmerciful God Killer could care less, and follows up by quickly slamming the Emperor with a roundhouse kick next, sending Frieza's lifeless body into the abyss. Ultimately to then crash land onto a nearby rocky surface. And once we rejoin Frieza, he would have seen better days, now slumped on his back, almost powerless. as with the last of his breath and one eye open, he would comment, "What kind of speed? I couldn't see him. Is this what these monkeys are always capable of?" And to Frieza's credit, some way, somehow, even with the severe damage, he would get to his knees yet again, coughing out blood as he does so, but mumbling defiantly, This can't be. This is not over." But as he would say that, the Grim Reaper's foot himself would appear on the battlefield. Of course, being shown to then be Vegito, now with his arms folded, but interestingly, letting out as if he can hear my narration.
Not bad, Frieza. Not bad at all. I forgot just how monstrous your potential is. In fact, it might be even beyond Broly's. After all, you did manage to go from Namek level strength to equal Kakarot's blue with just a few weeks of training. And with Ginyu of all training partners. Vegeta has always worried about us letting you go free. About your power once you eventually return. And now, I guess I know why. You really are a problem if left unchecked.
What? And on finishing this monologue, Vegito would then suddenly appear right in front of Vegito, as the Emperor looks up and says, What are you doing?" As shockingly standing there with his hand out, an energy absorption device now on show, Vegito would begin bringing his hand closer to the face of the defenseless Frieza, saying calmly as he does so,
I'm sorry, Frieza, but you had long enough to change your ways. I will not be making the same mistake Gogeta made!
As suddenly, in Broly-like fashion, Vegito would grab straight onto the skull of Frieza tightly, his energy absorption device making contact and ready to take everything away from the Emperor, as he has done so many times in the past. All the while, the truly vulnerable Emperor would just look on in disparity, much like his final moments before Trunks killed him.
It's over, Frieza! No!
And with Vegito with his hand held over Frieza's skull, as he bows down before him in a poignant scene that Vegeta himself had probably dreamt of his entire life, Frieza would look up in utter defeat, as his life force and energy will now slowly become one with the ruthless God Killer.
Your energy is mine!
As suddenly, in a roar of conviction, Vegito would begin tensing all his muscles as he readies the energy absorption device to drain the Emperor of everything he has. That is until...
Wait! You need me!
In one desperate call-out to save his hide, Frieza would scream in such a high pitch that even Vegito would react. Leaving the God Killer to pause his action momentarily as he replies,
Need you? This is different to the last time you asked me to spare you. What lie do you have to tell me this time, Frieza?
And with his life now extended momentarily, one last smile would appear on Black Frieza's face, as he would explain quickly. No lies this time. I give you my word. Vegito. My power. My ability to grow in strength. You must realize that I could be of use to you. Last time I fought that damn Goku, I managed to not only surpass your Super Saiyan form, but even your so-called God forms. Like you said, I did that simply by training with someone as weak as Captain Ginyu. And in these last 10 years, I've gotten this far. After all the gods and angels you've slaughtered and made a part of you. I did this with my own self as my training partner. Just imagine what level I could reach if we trained together. I could help you take down that despicable child Zeno and his insufferable bodyguard priest. You must have known even since the Tournament of Power that finishing those two was always my dream. My dream even before yours. We could fight alongside each other, just as we did 10 years ago. As behind the Emperor, a truly horrific scene would be seen of Black Frieza holding the decapitated heads of both Zeno and Dai.
10 years ago!
And suddenly, the mention of 10 years ago would bring a rush's influx of memories from the past, as Vegito would then begin wondering.
Frieza! He's right! His potential. It is just like Broly's. No, it is even greater! If I could get him to a strong enough level, he could replace the plans I once had for Jiren, Gogeta, Frieza, and myself. That could make a difference. His power adding to mine as is would make no difference. But in the final battle, Frieza could be the missing key. The question is, can I trust him? He did help save the universe in the tournament. He defeated Jiren alongside me. Fine.
And unbelievably, these thoughts would actually sway Vegito, it would seem, as he suddenly would then let go of Frieza's skull, saying as he does so,
on one condition though.
Leaving the now heart-racing Frieza to question, yes, what is it? And with a darkened face full of unknown, untold emotions, Vegito would look down with his eyes glowing and say ominously,
my request in exchange for sparing your life and allowing you to train with me is... let me in that damn ship to eat some damn food! I'm starving out here!
As in a sudden change to Goku's personality, Vegito comedically ruins the mood, grabbing his stomach and scratching his head as he makes the most Goku request of all time. Leaving the awkwardly looking on Frieza to just reply, these monkeys. And so soon enough, the scene would shift to inside the Emperor's ship, with Frieza and Vegito both sitting at a table as the God Killer would scoff down a bevy of food, and Frieza just drinks his wine, drowning his sorrows. But grumbling in annoyance, Frieza would look on impatiently thinking, what kind of monster is this Saiyan? That is his 6th round of food eaten in 10 minutes! Has he no end to his appetite? When will this damn training begin? Enough! And having lost his patience, Frieza would then yell out and slam his fist onto the table. With the comedically fat Vegito, with his mouth still full, just asking,
What's wrong? You want some? You just had to ask, you know.
No! But Frieza would have other plans on the agenda, as with a devious look, placing his hands together and smirking across, he would then let out, My kind does not need to eat even a fraction of what you've just ate. No, I have more important matters to discuss. Something that will be more than interesting to you. Do you by any chance know the one weakness of the Grand Priest and Zeno? Because I do. And instantly on hearing this, the God Killer would spit out everything he was eating in pure shock. As with the most curious of tones, Vegito would finally then anxiously ask,
The one weakness of Zeno and the Grand Priest? Tell me now!
So our story continues with a poised Frieza sitting across from a shocked Vegito, after the Emperor had just revealed the apparent existence of a weakness to the all-powerful Zeno and Grand Priest, with the eagerly anticipating Vegito questioning,
Secret? To defeating those two? You had all that time with me, and only now you mention this? Spit it out, Frieza!
Before in a stark change of tone, the God Killer's eyes would inexplicably then glow yellow, as he activates his Ikari form and adds,
And if you're lying, by the way, you can be damn well sure. You and this entire ship full of your flunkies will be sent to the next dimension. I'm not here for your games, and if you even think to mess with me for a second, you'll be erased before you know it.
Leaving a now seriously concerned Frieza smirking, but with a tense sweat drop coming down his skull, before he replies, How polite of you to threaten me in my own home. Well, I can at least assure you that what I'm about to tell you is no lie. Don't you worry about that, Saiyan. As continuing to place his fingers and hands together, Frieza's smirk would disappear as he would begin telling a story from his past, recounting, It all started while you were locked away by those gods. All that time in the universe alone, left to my own devices without any of you monkeys meddling, meant I had traveled almost its entirety. I had seen many things and learned even more. It was during those travels that I eventually encountered a strange dark planet in the North Quadrant, almost hidden away. On it were beasts far more powerful than any I had seen on any other. Horned creatures ready to kill on sight. Of course, I eventually wiped them all out for their insolence, but not before I came across what they were protecting so fiercely. A library of some sorts. Literature that, to my shock, mentioned the priest himself. And so too, his brother, the Great Demon. Name unknown. But this so-called great demon is said to be the ruler of an entire realm just as large as our multiverse. In other words, another Zeno, but for a demonic realm. How he got there isn't clear, but it seems the gods and angels have been fighting a war against these demons for as long as time has gone on. And it is said it is all for the sake of keeping this one demon locked away. For if he were to ever escape into our realm, it would be the end of all life as we know it. The tale, though, and its unusual corroboration of the information he was told by Broly, would suddenly then pique Vegito's interest, as he would think internally,
The Great Demon, huh? So it wasn't a bluff from that oaf after all. He really does exist. The priest's brother, Lucifer. But would releasing him truly mean the end of all life? If that was really the case, then that would mean he's even stronger than Zeno and the priest. Just the kind of power I need.
Before Vegito would finally then actually reply, turning to Frieza pretending to be none the wiser, asking,
Interesting. Now, did these books perhaps mention how exactly he could find a way to escape?
And Frieza, now thinking back, with his hand under his chin and his eyes closed, would then respond unsure. Good question, monkey. Well, the book became pretty vague after that point. That, or some of the pages were missing. But I believe since the angels and gods were the ones keeping the demons at bay, I'd assume now that only a few remain. This would be a better time than any for our demonic friend to make an appearance. But the literature did mention one thing. This demon has been out here before, and it took a great deal for him to be defeated. By who? I'm not sure. But they say his return is inevitable, whether the gods like it or not. He will appear within a certain chosen one they describe with a blackened heart, 2 huge horns, and one that has committed the greatest of sins. But Frieza, now laughing and smirking menacingly, would add on, and I think with that description, we both know who that chosen one will be. You do remember my other forms, don't you? I'm not certainly lost for any horns, and certainly not lost for sins. And I have an entire blackened form, let alone heart. I believe this potential of mine must be linked to this great power. And if you are just able to bring it out of me within our training, I can promise to unleash the great demon's power, destroying both of those insolent brats. While of course, sparing you, my dear friend. While Vegito would be far from fazed by the tale. His own eyes close now as he folds his arms and responds,
You, a chosen one? Don't be ridiculous. You'd be dead right now if it wasn't for Kakarot promising you a gift for fighting in the tournament. I've heard enough of this to know exactly who this chosen one will apparently be. Blackened Heart is a stretch, but the sin they are talking about is no ordinary one. They mean the cardinal sin, one of which I've already heard is killing a god. And those horns, I doubt they are any ordinary variant either. More like this!
As suddenly, out of nowhere, Vegito, to prove his point, would unleash his own demonic horns straight out of his skull. Now without any blood or aftermath, as if the horns have now become one with the God Killer. What in all hell? And immediately, on viewing such a feat, the Emperor would screech in a mixture of fear and confusion, yelling, "Those horns! What kind of monkey are you?" Before ducking his head down, now in anger and frustration of his dreams being dashed, as he begins to think, how did I not notice such a thing? That damn crystal ball was so blurred I couldn't make out his complete appearance. But for these Saiyans to have gained horns like this, how interesting. How revolting. Father would be rolling in his grave. But Frieza would soon begin hiding his true feelings, switching to a smile as he quickly rises up from his chair, looking at Vegito, as he lets out, "Fine. Thank you for showing me your party trick. Perhaps it may not be as clear-cut who the great demon has chosen as their heir, but I'm sure in due time we will find out for sure just who has the potential for ultimate power." But as Frieza would get lost in his thoughts, the God Killer would be quick to meet him at his side, unbothered and grabbing his shoulder, eyes closed as he lets out nonchalantly,
Nope. You can be the heir, whatever else you want. I couldn't care less. I don't need any demon to steal my prize. The gods are my prey, and nobody is taking that away from me. Not unless they want to die too.
Before just as quickly as he reached Frieza, he would already be off, waving his hand on the way out of the door, saying,
Good night, Frieza. Try not to do anything evil while I'm away.
But Frieza, looking on, would be left in bewilderment, eventually yelling, "Wait, monkey! What do you think you're doing? My ship is not your personal hotel. What about our training?" To which Vegito would just turn briefly and say exhausted,
In the morning, kid. I've just ate and I need to sleep. You have no idea how long I've been constantly fighting without a break now. Arj is a real slave driver, I'll tell you that.
And Frieza, now annoyed but somehow understanding of Vegito's situation, having watched him from afar, would then begrudgingly concede, "As much as it pains me to say, you do make a good point, Saiyan. Very well, we shall convene in the morning. Sleep well, ape." And so soon, the scene would then shift to Vegito in bed finally again, his eyes closed peacefully as he enters a well-deserved deep sleep. And as we soon zoom closer into his completely in bliss nap, we soon begin to get a view about what our hero is even dreaming about. And of course, as you'd expect from a warrior race, he would be dreaming of fighting, with his fist colliding with a familiar black-haired figure from behind. And with a big smile on his face, Vegito would let out,
Not bad at all, kid. Seems you haven't been slacking off as usual. Chi-Chi won't be happy. You've been laying off the books. You've been training, haven't you?
Just a bit, Dad. And of course, once we finally do see who his opponent is, it is revealed to be none other than his deceased son, Gohan. As with a reciprocating smile back, he would reply, "Work's given me some time off, but Pan's been keeping me busy more than ever. I've tried my best to sneak off with Mr. Piccolo for some sparring here and there. I guess you could say it's that." But interrupting the loving reunion, yet another son would suddenly appear in the sky, sword in hand, and ready to attack his father too. This time, of course, being Kid Trunks, already in his Super Saiyan form and mimicking perfectly his future self. But looking out the corner of his eye, of course, Vegito would be far from taken off guard by the young swordsman, as he would comment,
"Very good, Trunks. Looks like you're starting to master that sword I gave you after all. You'll be coming into your own soon enough, it seems."
And much to the surprise of the inexperienced boy, but not to us, Vegito would then proceed to vanish instantly from the scene. Where did Dad go? But while Trunks would be left confused, Gohan would also be left with a blank expression, muttering, "Wait a minute, Trunks, you're here too, but that means... Who's looking after Pan? I paid you to babysit tonight, Trunks!" Suddenly leaving the doting father to angrily yell out while a vein bulges from his forehead. Sorry, I kinda pulled that off to Goten in the end, causing the carefree but sorry Trunks to place his hand behind his head and try to explain himself, while the still cheesed off Gohan would just grumble, "Trunks!" Huh? But as the two stepbrothers would argue, Vegito eventually would reappear in the distance, surprising them both, with the Godkiller now with his hands on his hips and saying,
"You two never learn, do you? Always keep your eyes on the prize. Don't embarrass me and come at me again. I raised you both better than this."
To which both Gohan and Trunks would then confidently smile, with Gohan saying, "You did, Dad. We're just getting started, aren't we, Trunks?" While Trunks would sound out, "Uh-huh." And instantly, the two would then get into battle-ready stances. Gohan's fist tightened, while Trunks would hold out his sword. And it wouldn't be long before the two eager sons would rush in at full force, each with a chip on their shoulder to prove the results of their training to Vegito.
Yes, that's it, boys. Never give up!
As the proud father would just watch on, smiling. "We'll show you, Dad!" As he just remains near completely still, as both simultaneously would get closer and closer.
How cute!
But as soon as they would arrive, his lack of movement would be quickly explained, as not only would Gohan miss, but the sharp edge of Trunks' blade would be blocked by the Godkiller's knuckles alone. And swiftly would then proceed to knee Gohan straight in the face, while Trunks would receive a backhand for his efforts instead. And as the two younger Saiyans would reel in their pain, a giggling Vegito would just move back saying,
"Good try, but both of you are moving far too slow."
Before quickly transitioning to grab both of his sons by the face, but of course, not as hard as he grabbed some other foes from his past.
What?
This time, instead of rushing to the ground to smash their skulls like he had done with so many gods before, Vegito would just playfully jump over and behind.
Come on! Stop with the confused looks! Hurry up and carry on your attacks, boys! I'm right here.
And immediately, seeking their chance, both sons would then instantly launch their own elbows backwards at full force.
What?
Not again! But of course, the two completely outclassed young warriors would just face their father vanishing once again.
Up here, you two! Can you two keep up already? This is starting to be a drag.
Whoa! Where's Dad's voice coming from? But while Trunks would wonder in inexperience where Vegito even was, Gohan would immediately shoot off to face his father alone.
What?
Gohan? You're dealing with me now, Dad! Leaving Vegito to once again just stay prone, his hands on his hips, waiting for his next challenge. With Gohan, with a determined face, just thinking to himself, Mr. Piccolo wouldn't be happy with how I'm doing right now. I have to forget about Trunks and take this up a notch. While the smirking Vegito would just comment,
Attaboy! They say you're the Saiyan with the most potential. Now's the time to prove it!
Hey! Wait for me! But as Gohan would go, the battle-ready Trunks would not be left behind and shoots off himself. And straight away, in the midst of battle, both attacks would be caught this time, as a slightly impressed Vegito would let out,
Now that's what I'm talking about. Keep going!
And so the three would battle, father and sons, deep into the evening. As lone on the battlefield floor, Trunks' gifted sword would just be left behind. Damn. And eventually, after hours of battling futilely against Vegito, both Trunks and Gohan would be sat absolutely exhausted, covered in bruises and scratches, while behind their completely blemishless father would just stand with his arms folded and a big smile saying,
Well done, guys! You almost made me break a sweat out there! But I'm afraid, if this is all you've got, you two have a long way before you can ever protect this planet.
But on hearing these words of backhanded compliments, a serious look of dissatisfaction would come from both sons, as they stare eagerly back at Vegito until... Instantly, both sons would transform, going up one more level surprisingly, with Trunks reaching his Super Saiyan 2 status, while Gohan's hair would go blonde also. And almost resembling his fused father, Gohan would then duck his head down slightly and let out with a smirk, No, Dad. Me and Trunks are ready now more than ever. We'll never let something like what happened with those destroyers happen ever again. You just haven't seen all we have to give yet. And just like that, the two now powered up Saiyans would launch even faster than before at Vegito. While the God Killer, all the more interested, would just whisper out,
Oh, so there was more in the tank after all. Good. I was starting to wonder if you took more after your mothers. But make this quick. It's almost time for dinner.
But suddenly, just as Vegito would begin readying himself, something would go off in his head. Something would not be right.
What? What is going on?
As suddenly, Vegito's eyes and mouth would burst open in fear, as he no longer maintains his usual calm and collected self.
My head! What is this?
And soon, whatever was disturbing him mentally would now begin to cause him extreme pain and discomfort within his skull, as he grabs onto it hard, as if trying his best to stop something from exploding out. Could it be his horns once again?
Where am I?
But unfortunately, once Vegito would remove his arms and open his eyes, Gohan and Trunks would no longer be near him, as instead, inexplicably, Vegito would be surrounded by complete darkness.
You're home, Vegito!
As unbelievably, a dark creature would instantaneously appear in front of him, massive in stature, dark in color, and never having ever been seen before by the God Killer. As Vegito, for the first time in a long while, for some reason, would be left speechless, sensing an energy like no other that leaves him sweating and only able to mutter out,
This key! This evil! Who are you?
and in an eerily dark and deep laugh, the disgusting-looking monster would look down at the God Killer with great joy and amusement, before finally letting out,
What do you mean, who am I? I am you, Vegito! Now, unleash my power and...
Before we then briefly zoom in on the creature's face for an eerie silence until it would let out,
Kill them! Kill them all!
And on the outside, like a rabid dog heeding its master's call, Vegito would be sent into a rage, as his pupils would momentarily disappear, and suddenly his demon horns would burst open once more, even within his dreams. But things would not end there, as screaming high into the sky, so too would the entire body of Vegito begin to change too, as his blue gi would begin ripping off from in front and behind, in place for black and silver fur. Until we would get a brief look of Vegito's face now, where not only would his large purple scar return across his face, but his signature purple glowing demon eyes would return also, and a plume of hot smoke would then leave his mouth.
Kill them! I will kill them all!
As finally, now in his final true demon form, Vegito would be complete once again, slathered in his dark aura as lightning dances all over his now stone-cold expression, his eyes pinpointed at his two sons, and no longer in a loving, fatherly way.
Huh? What happened to him?
Dad! Is that you? Leaving both Gohan and Trunks to be left in complete shock and disarray as they watch their once warm and smiling father now turn into something completely unexpected.
Come to me, my sons!
As Vegito, now bearing a voice similar to the demon he just saw, would now bear the same devilish smirk too, as at first he would remain unmoving until...
Come to me and die!
As suddenly, at breakneck speed, true Demon Vegito would now flip the script and launch at his two sons this time. Dad? I thought you said you wouldn't attack back! As the God Killer, who would no longer seem himself, would just appear instantly before his young son grunting back,
That's funny. I thought I said, die!
His palm suddenly outstretched in front of the vulnerable child's face, as Gohan would yell in disbelief, Dad, what's going on? That's way too close! Stop! But unbelievably, with no warning, whatever this monster is, this creature that looks like Vegito is, it instantly blasts the young Trunks with no remorse. And in its wake, leaving nothing but dust, as the child Saiyan is lost forevermore.
Dad! What have you done?
And in a cocktail of rage, fury, and shock, Gohan would begin yelling, unleashing his true potential as his power would begin to skyrocket on the witnessing of his stepbrother's murder.
Guess you're going to prove how talented you are now, aren't you, son?
But the seemingly possessed Vegito would not bat an eye, and instead quickly just engage his Godslayer blade before...
Shut up already!
And in one callous and unmerciful swipe would cut through the body of his son. In the end, leaving the stunned for words Gohan to just breathe heavily as blood seeps from his deep wound, zooming closer and closer into his face until a final teardrop and Gohan would let out with his final breath, Dad, why?
Gohan!
But suddenly back in the real world, the nightmare would finally be over. As positively jumping up from his bed, Vegito would wake up yelling his son's name. His whole body now sweating, the fused Saiyan would grab at his throbbing head, trying to calm himself down as he wonders,
What the hell was that dream? Did that really just happen? I killed my sons! No! Something else happened in there!
As a chilling tingle would come down the spine of the God Killer as he suddenly remembers the face of the demon he momentarily saw. As he continues,
What was that thing in there? It's energy! It was pure darkness! Could that have been... Lucifer? No, it has to just have been my imagination. Surely.
But these thoughts wouldn't have long to fester, before a sudden knock at the God Killer's door would then be heard. And walking through it, an unfamiliar foot would step forth.
Oi, Saiyan! Wakey, wakey! Time's up! Get ready and get out of our ship! Your kind isn't welcome here any longer! Lord Frieza's outside! Don't make him wait, or I will bring you to him by force! Got it?
As suddenly, a massive brute within Frieza's army busts through the door and begins ordering Vegito around with authority. And instantly, and already tense from his nightmare Vegito, would sync his facial expression, before replying,
"Thanks for the unwanted alarm. I'll be ready in a moment, but I'm afraid you won't be getting away with talking to me like that, bud."
As suddenly, raising his hand up to the deluded henchman, Vegito would take aim, but not before the soldier would add,
"Huh? Now what the hell do you think you're going to do with that scrawny little..."
As instantly, of course not surprising to us, the foolish grunt would be sent flying out of the spaceship and to his untimely death. All of which is in front of a patiently waiting Frieza, who stands with his hands behind his back as if observing the fireworks. Eventually giving off an awkward laugh as he looks cautiously with a drop of sweat and says, "Well, at least it seems the monkey has now finally awoken. Though, what mood he's in is still yet to be seen. I'll just have to make sure I have enough bananas at the ready, won't I, gentlemen?" And so soon enough, with his rude detractor dealt with, Vegito would arrive outside to face the Emperor. And with his training partner finally here, a smiling Frieza would say, "Glad to see you're finally here. Who knew you Saiyans could sleep as much as you ate? This will be day 1 of our training. I chose this planet specifically for its robustness. Many of my men's training days have been here for years, mine included. Rest assured, the surface of this planet will be strong enough to withstand both of our full powers at full blast. I'm ready when you are." But finding Frieza's words humorous, Vegito with a disinterested look, almost annoyed, would reply,
"Speak for yourself, weakling. This hollow moon you call a planet wouldn't last more than a few minutes if I truly let loose. Stand back and I'll show you a far better option."
lifting up his arm to instantly summon an angel staff within it before. With a tap on the ground by the end of the staff, vibrations would be sent all across the planet. And as expected in the distance, the familiar triangular-shaped construction would then suddenly appear straight from the ground. What the devil is that? Was that always here? Leaving the Emperor, of course, surprised to say the least, never having ever expected anything of the sort from his Saiyan foe. But Vegito, already on his way walking over to it, would just let out,
"No, this wasn't always here, Frieza. This is the Pyramid of Power, something the angels and gods have access to. A room where for every day that goes on the outside, 2 years will pass on the inside. Come along now and..."
And suddenly, with a random devious change in expression, the God Killer would then finish,
"And get ready to train for the next 20 years!
What? 20 years? Training with a monkey? Leaving the Emperor to reel back in shock and disbelief, as even he cannot contemplate such an extended period of time with the God Killer. But as the saying goes, you should always be careful what you wish for. But as time passes and Frieza and Vegito are seen in the pyramid finally, it would be Vegito who would be looking uncomfortable now, as he suddenly sports a Saiyan-esque Frieza set of armor, and grabbing at it in disapproval, he would soon comment,
"Is this really all you had for a spare top? I feel like you're insulting me. This brings back some terrible memories, you know, Frieza.
While the chuckling Frieza, now posed with his hand on his chin, would just smile in reply. Unfortunately, beggars can't be choosers. I'd have given you some of my wardrobe, but as you can see, I don't tend to wear much these days. But regardless, if you truly are planning on training for the next 20 years, then you will need something far more durable than that pathetic cloth you're used to. To which the now conceding Vegito would place his hands on his hips and say back,
I suppose you're right. At least this armor will grow or shrink to any size I desire. Well now, shall we begin?
As Frieza would then pull his arms down beside him and ominously reply, Of course, any time. And instantly with perfect control over his form, Frieza would then unleash his most powerful black form, covered in tremendous aura, as he stares at the God Killer and says, Let us skip the warm-up since you took so long sleeping. Full power from the get-go should suffice. But completely disinterested, Vegito would just shut him down saying,
Full power? You clearly have memory issues, as we already know how this battle will go even when I'm in base. You're far too weak as you are now to challenge me. I reckon you're at least a good month or two of training with your crazy growth before you can even start making me sweat.
Why you? My power has increased already from our last battle. I'll have you know. How dare you talk down to me like that? But as Frieza would become angered, Vegito would suddenly spit down to the floor. And as the spit would hit the ground, it would be seen to not be the usual kind. Instead pink and far thicker in consistency. As suddenly, the pink goo would begin shifting into shape and size, eventually rising up and expanding until...
You can deal with me, Frieza!
Unbelievably, like a Cell Jr., a Mini-Vegito would be born from the God Killer's spit. Of course, only a fraction of his power, as the taller Vegito would say.
Perfect. You two should make a fine combination together. First overcome him, and then you can have a shot at me.
But meanwhile, Frieza would just be left nothing short of lost for words, as with a completely defeated and awkward look, his final words would be, I hate you. So our story continues with a lone Vegito, isolated in the middle of nothingness, having entered the Pyramid of Power with Frieza some time ago. His eyes remain closed, as nothing, as much as a breath, is uttered in his solemn state. But inside would be a different story, as internally he would reflect,
This is the final road, the final chapter before I have my ultimate revenge. Once my training in here is complete, there will no longer be anything or anyone that can stand in my way. That is why Broly is within me. My progress already has been unheard of. But with his growth potential a part of me now, I will reach a level where I no longer can even be recognized. Chi-Chi, Bulma, I will bring you back.
As in the background, we see one final memory of his once fellow Saiyan. But now folding his arms and getting back to the situation at hand, he would let out.
But it's going to take some time before that weakling Frieza can get to a decent level. No doubt he can do it with that freak-like growth, but it could still take years. In the meantime, I'm going to need some rotating training dummies to fill in the gaps. And I'll need a handicap too to make things fair. My energies have been lowered by a quarter after creating that mini-me, but that still won't be enough.
But while Vegito would be thinking deeply on his next move training-wise, for some reason, the scene would shift to within his mind, and specifically to a folded arm Vegeta who seems completely unbothered thinking,
20 more years of training! What overkill! But if this is what it takes to get those damn clowns back for what they did, then so be it. All that matters now is our
as suddenly his arms would break open, as with a stunned face he would watch as his entire body became surrounded in black lightning. As he yells out,
What is going on? My power! Being activated without my control!
Whoa! But it would soon seem Vegeta would be far from alone, as not only him, but Goku Black, Yamoshi, and even Goku would also begin being covered in the mysterious electricity, as Black would comment, I know all too well already what this means, while Yamoshi would say, how pitiful. This is what a god and member of the Five has been reduced to. And finally, the awestruck Goku would just say in amazement, this energy, it's so strong. Is this really mine? And suddenly on the outside, with 4 globuled thick spits, 4 blobs of pink goo would shoot out of Vegeto's mouth and onto the floor with a splatter. And just as quick as they rose previously to create the Mini-Vegito, each of the pink markers would rise instantaneously and expand in size.
What?
As immediately to the shock of all 4 Saiyan/God hybrids would appear immediately outside of Vegito, all formed from his body itself, and each standing in shock now, finally on the outside. 3 of which having not done so since becoming one with Vegito. With Goku with an overjoyed look staring into the palm of his hand in disbelief exclaiming, Woohoo! It feels good to be out again! And this time it doesn't seem like I'm on a time limit. Man, I miss fresh air! While a disgruntled and panicking Vegeta would yell,
What is going on? Vegito! You need our powers to defeat Zeno! Send us back immediately!
While a devious-looking Black, in shades of darkness, would just sinisterly say, Oh no, mortal. Now that I am back outside, no one will ever trap me in that hellhole cage again! You all die here! And finally, as if not bothered in the slightest for some reason, Yamoshi would just close his eyes, folding his arms and remaining silent, not adding to the conversation at all. But Vegito, now just amused of all their reactions, would be quick to shut down their thoughts, concerns, and pipe dreams, as he would let out closing his iron fists,
Relax, you fools! This is only temporary. You'll be back inside me when I wish. So nobody's dying, unfortunately, Black. But you're welcome to try. You may not have freedom, but what you do have is all your powers returned to you, amplified by some of my own. Enough to make you all a deserving challenge to me. Now live up to it and come at me!
But Yamoshi, releasing his hands and turning to Vegito unimpressed, would finally then say,
I knew it. Of course this would be just another one of your sadistic games. Using us all like your pawns. You truly are a menace.
But Black, lifting up his fist, would be far less cool and collected, as he grumbles, How dare you! So now you not only steal my divine powers without my permission, but now you order me around like some sort of slave to battle with! You're out of your mind, you damn Saiyan! But this outburst would only fuel the God Killer's amusement, as waving his hand towards himself in a goading fashion, he would then say,
Poor Zamasu, nothing seems to be going your way. I tell you what, if any of you four are able to defeat me, you'll be free to do as you want. Leave and live your life once again. You have my word.
And on hearing this, finally a smile would return to the face of Black, as ducking his head down, he would ominously let out, Now, that is more like it, mortal. You will regret releasing me! As suddenly, out of nowhere, Goku Black would begin powering up, but with no ordinary ki, as a truly humongous amount of energy instantly explodes from every section of his body, in a truly jaw-dropping shade of pink. All the while, Goku and Vegeta would look on with surprise. Behold the power of Super Saiyan Rose 3! As standing there, now fluxing a glorious rose-tinged aura, surrounded in violent pink electricity, Goku Black would reach an all-new form. His hair now significantly longer, and in an aptly pink shade, having taken his god form to the next level.
What? Since when could Black do that?
Leaving Vegeta stunned, while for Goku... Whoa! Go Zamasu! That form looks amazing! You've gotten way stronger! And for Vegito... Smirking, he would let out...
Very good. So you weren't just sitting around inside me grumpy after all. I knew you would have plotted something.
While once more, the stoic Yamoshi though would watch on emotionless, almost as if he were not impressed at all. And it would soon become clear why, as Yamoshi too would then power up quickly to a new and improved true Super Saiyan God form, covered in a vibrant red energy. But a smiling Goku looking on would get charged up from all the warriors around him and their impressive power levels, as he would just say, Man, no matter how much I train, these guys always find a way to keep up. Looks like I still have a long way to go. And just like that, Goku too, not being one to be shown up and left out, would power up too to his all-new Ultra form. and so facing the God Killer would now be 4 Saiyans, 3 of which are powered up completely to all new levels of power, while curiously, Vegeta would be yet to show his hand. Damn Saiyan! Ha! You won't beat me so easily this time, Vegito!
That's the spirit, Kakarot.
And with the 4 warriors all now facing off with each other, each of the former trapped Saiyans would stare down the God Killer, each with their own story, motives, and vendetta to brew. And instantly with rage and conviction, all 3 would launch with equal speed straight at Vegito. As in typical fashion, the God Killer would just remain standing, ready to take on any that challenge him. And with a brief smile on his face, Vegito would comment adamantly,
I expected you to go 1 by 1, but no worries. I'll just increase my power accordingly.
Quickly then getting into a fighting stance reminiscent of Goku's, confident as ever before.
This should be more than enough.
Quickly turning his hair a golden blonde, with blue lightning covering himself, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, with a big smile as he looks at his 3 approaching foes, yelling,
Come! Take me to the next level in power!
As immediately, the trio of Saiyans would all attack at the same time. But just as perfectly, the God Killer would find a way to either block or dodge all 3 moves instantly, grabbing Goku's fist, blocking Yamoshi's kick, and straight up moving out of the way of Black's punch. Before in that split second, quickly pulling Goku's grabbed fist forward and behind him, as with his left fist having pushed Yamoshi's kick away, would then cock back, ready to then attack a bemused Black head on. Eventually throwing Goku behind him like a mere child, while simultaneously slamming his fist straight into the face of Black Goku. Forgot about someone? But it seems even the all-powerful God Killer would not be able to push back a 3rd legendary warrior, as Yamoshi, seeing his opportunity, would move in close before... Finally, showing some weakness after splitting his power so much, Vegito would be finally attacked by the legendary Yamoshi himself.
Yamoshi!
Leaving an annoyed God Killer to grumble his name, having not felt pain from someone weaker than him in a while. His body moving back, seemingly paralyzed by the blow, about to land on his back before...
I'm not being put on my backside by the likes of you, Yamoshi!
Eventually flipping himself back into position at the very last second to save face. Before with an impressed look and wiping the drops of blood leaking from his chin, he would say,
I guess I did say I wanted a challenge. You're finally living up to the hype of being a member of the 5 strongest, albeit by using some of my energy. How does it feel, Yamoshi, to finally be useful?
But despite the backhanded compliments, pleased with his assault, Yamoshi would bear a grin, as standing beside Black, he would let out, Don't bore me with your poor attempts at annoying me. Bottom line is, I think you've got a little more than you bargained for by taking on all 3 of us. You did say you were a man of your word, right? Seems we'll all be free at this rate. But suddenly arriving next to the third, Goku would instantaneously appear with his arms together, ready to launch a Kamehameha, as he looks at the other two and says, "Alright, Yamoshi, he can't beat all three of us, so let's take our chance now and blast him with our ki beams!" And immediately, with all three agreeing, each would suddenly begin powering up a signature energy wave. Goku with a Kamehameha, Black with a dark colored one, and Yamoshi powering up a signature sniper shot. That's the way! But Vegito, just inviting the challenge with his Saiyan pride, would slam his fist into his palm and yell back, "Give it your best shot! Take me out and you're free!" And immediately, taking the God Killer's bluff, like three brothers, Black, Yamoshi and Goku would then fire off their enormous ki blasts at exactly the same time. And as it reaches quickly towards the God Killer, with a strange concoction of colors as all of the beams combine, Vegito would just stand with his arms spread out wide, as if inviting its clearly destructive power. But as his face would begin to light up and his hair begin to blow up from its impending collision, with a bright smile, Vegito would just say, "Now it's time I make clear the differences between you worms and the power of a legendary Saiyan." As once said, Vegito would begin taking a page out of a true legendary Saiyan's book once more, and summons Broly's gigantic breath inside his mouth until... Immediately with ferocity, and at the very last second, the God Killer would finally unleash a blast of his own that meets there and then instantly with the other threes. What?! And it wouldn't be long before the gulf in their actual powers would be shown once more, for all to be seen, as within nanoseconds, Vegito's beam would almost swallow up their energy like it was a Pac-Man. Impossible! That power is insane! Keep going! Leaving the trio of Saiyans to just watch on in shock, as now their faces light up as Vegito's beam reaches them, and they futilely try their very best to try and push back his overwhelming power until... Unfortunately, it completely fails, as all three are then caught in a massive explosion after the God Killer's own beam overpowers them completely. Oh dear, pardon me for that little burp of mine. As a cocky Vegito, staring as the smoke bellows through the air, would then provoke the three hidden warriors. Until finally, they would be revealed, worse for wear, with Black and Goku both on one knee, and Yamoshi also just standing barely from the damage. What's wrong? I thought you wanted your freedom! And on sight of their poor states, Vegito would laugh more. That is until... Wait a second! What am I sensing? As suddenly, things would begin to take a turn for the unexpected worse with the God Killer. As quickly, he would turn around wondering, what the hell is this power? Where is it coming from? And in the distance, something or someone was indeed powering up a tremendous energy. A dark energy. and it wasn't Goku's, Black's, or Yamoshi's.
So you finally noticed me, clown?
As shockingly, true Demon Vegeta would finally enter the fray, now in his new demonic form, covered in black lightning and purple eyes of his own, as he lets out,
Now you're finished with those weaklings. Your true challenge starts here.
But of course, with this being the first time Vegito had even seen another Saiyan in that horned form, and from Vegeta of all warriors within him, he would just freeze in shock as he would mutter,
Vegeta? How are you using that?
But before that sentence could even finish, with truly God-killer-like speed, true Demon Vegeta would instantly then appear right behind Vegito, with Vegeta with his back turned replying,
How am I using powers that are yours? Get real. You may have gained your own consciousness, but do not forget, you are nothing but me and Kakarot combined. Everything you have is mine also.
Leaving Vegito stunned, he still just wonders in disbelief.
Wait, did he just outspeed me? Who do you think you're talking to?
And like an angry father trying to discipline his disrespectful son, the God Killer would be quick to turn around and attempt to swipe his fist at him. But with that same insane speed, Vegeta would once again vanish. Angering Vegito as he looks around saying,
I must have given that brat a little too much of my power. Where did he run off to now? Come out, you coward!
But as Vegito would turn around, eventually, as his gaze would dip down, a horrifying sight would be seen. As Vegeta, in a callback to what he did to Cell, would immediately penetrate his fist right through the God Killer's gut. Looking up and smiling in his typical cockiness, saying,
At first, I wasn't on board with you letting us all out like this. But if you're this weak, I'll just get my revenge myself!
Instantly then following up by jumping in the air, face level with the still reeling in pain Vegito before slamming a merciless kick straight onto the face of the God Killer, sending him flying back with ferocity. And having successfully beaten back his captor, Vegeta would then stand tall, pointing towards the God Killer like leading an army, yelling,
The rest of you! What are you clowns waiting for? If you want out of here, then attack now! Clown!
For once I'll listen to you, Saiyan. Nice one, Vegeta. We can do this. As rallying behind the prince, each of the three other Saiyans would get ready to attack once more on his word. But would any of this truly be enough? Why you? But while some success would be seen on one battlefield, on another, something entirely different is being experienced, as Black Frieza would be seen utterly aggravated, as standing before him is yet another Vegito, a miniature one, but in his ultra form, overflowing with energy and black lightning, with that same self-assured look, replying,
Come on, Frieza! You can't beat a kid! I thought you enjoyed picking on those smaller than you. You've pushed me this far at least. You've definitely improved. But if you can't beat me soon, I may as well just train alone.
Be quiet, monkey! And in a furious reaction to his words, the Emperor would just shoot off at the mini-God-killer. This training ends here, runt! As instantly Frieza, straight in the face of Vegito, would rush fiercely to slam his head. But just as he would punch, the Mini Saiyan would vanish completely from the Emperor's sight.
I'm over here, Frieza! Didn't you learn? Never turn your back on your enemy!
Eventually reappearing behind with a laughter. Before quickly then transitioning to a flying kick that goes straight forward to the back-turned Frost Demon. But Frieza would not appear as vulnerable as first thought, as with an ominous smile, he would reveal within his right hand a dark energy ball that would begin to be created, as he says under his breath, "I did learn that, but you are about to learn a far greater lesson, monkey! Do not ever underestimate Lord Frieza!" Instantly then blasting out a concentrated wave of energy just as Vegito would arrive, making his entire face fill with shock and be lost in the light, as every inch of his tiny body is slathered in the immense beam. And Frieza, looking on overwhelmingly pleased, seeing the effect of his attack before even us, would just say, "You truly are lucky you are made of that despicable material, aren't you? You'd already be dead if it wasn't for that. Hardly fair." As in the aftermath, we would then see that the Mini-Vegito would now be nothing more than a deformed mess of pink slime. And with his face now beginning to reform, the traces of Vegito's annoyance would begin to show also. As once fully back in shape, the Mini-God-Killer, now ticked off, would duck his head down almost embarrassed and say,
Don't count me out just yet, Frieza! I haven't got access to all my powers, but I can still show you a few new tricks. Watch this!
As suddenly, inexplicably, Vegito would begin running to his right and away from Frieza, as the bemused Emperor just watches on and turns his head slowly, following along until...
Eyes on the prize!
As suddenly a clone would appear in Frieza's blind spot, smashing a fist into the stomach of the taken off guard Emperor. Before, just as fast as he ran earlier, the small Saiyan would then disappear, ready for his next move. Who do you think you are? Get back here! But unfortunately, the Emperor would finally begin showing his true colors once more, stopping the Mini-Vegito as soon as he reappears with his tail alone, strangling the life out of him before... suddenly then dragging his body down with an immense G-force as the child Saiyan screams out. And with a violent tail whip, would then slam the God-Killer straight onto the ground with an enormous crash. Eventually landing perfectly before looking up with a devious smirk, admiring his work, commenting, "Unlimited regeneration or not, the damage I inflict on you remains. Give up now and bring over the real you." But even with his request, there would just be a deathly silence as Frieza watches on as the dust clouds move through the air.
Fine! Time to take this to the final stage!
As unbelievably, the miniature Vegito would then reveal a true demon form of his own, complete with horns and a tail, his power just multiplied infinitely yet again. What? He can do that too! Leaving the already battle-tired Black Frieza to now watch on in pure terror as he begins to learn his hell has only just begun. But moving from hell to peace, the scene would shift to outside the pyramid for once. But the battlefield would not be empty, as a pair of feet suddenly would then arrive on the ground. And as we move up his body, we would see that his hands are nonchalantly placed within his pockets, giving us a clue before... Finally, it would be revealed to be none other than the legendary assassin Hit himself, now finally back after being missing for so many chapters. But looking at his hand, the last and only remaining time ring would be seen. The one Vegito had given him that was never noticed or taken by Black. As Hit, looking at it, would then comment, "Of course, I would find you training, Son Goku. Training for your final battle, no doubt. I hope you fulfill your promise. I have fulfilled mine, and I will show you this time the true power of this time ring." But Hit's monologue would only last so long before yet another foot arrives coincidentally. And the normally silent Hit would then turn around to see who it is before...
It's you! What are you doing here?
As suddenly, the creature standing before him would be Jiren, but of course, completely taken over now by Makoto, fourth of the 5 strongest. And as his red demonic eyes would look at Hit unfazed, he would simply then reply,
I am here to kill the God Killer. But who exactly are you?
So our story continues with a view of a battle-scarred Vegito with half his armor now broken, clearly having been training with the 4 Saiyans he let out for years now, as he would stand silently on the battlefield, scratched up but seemingly alone. Alone, of course, until a familiar black foot lands on the ground behind him. I thought I could smell you here. I'm surprised there aren't any banana skins around. And when we finally see the face of the creature, it would of course be revealed to be Black Frieza. Serious as ever, aged even, as he too appears battle-ravaged from the countless years of training. As he would continue, I'm done now with your game, monkey. You will battle me now. As suddenly it would be shown that Black Frieza would be holding in his hand, like a paper bag, the near-lifeless body of the Mini-Vegito. Beaten and unconscious, back in base form, and not uttering a word, as Frieza would say, But first, I believe I have something of yours. Re-assimilate with him in some way, as I am not interested in fighting a half-baked Saiyan. Give me your full power! Before looking down at his victim and adding, but this was some challenge to say the least. He's no Togoma or Ginyu, I'll tell you that. I don't know just how much of your power you imbued within him, but I certainly got a taste of all your abilities and forms. Seems you monkeys can do a lot more than dye your hair blonde and blue now. But you can have him back now! As Black Frieza would then suddenly toss the defenseless child Godkiller straight forward to Vegito. Slamming the Mini-Vegito onto his front, as the child would remain completely silent without a drop more of energy left. And the taller Vegito, observing this, would only then look back at Frieza and say impressed,
It's about time. How long's it been now? A year or two? In all honesty, you're progressing even faster than I thought you would. To think you'd reach within a quarter of my power so quickly. It's good, but just remember, my power level has increased in these 2 years also. And I'm afraid that just means the gap between us has gotten even larger. And there's still a ways to go before you give me any problem. And so unfortunately, you have 2 more guests to contend with before we ever battle again. Boys!
And as the Godkiller would call out, as if bringing in his own sons, 2 familiar feet would then step onto the ground in the distance. And standing there, of course, would be both Goku and Vegeta, one with a smiley happy-go-lucky face, and the other with a positively staunch but disinterested look. As Goku would then quickly wave to his old foe and say, Yo, Frieza! Wow, you look different! Way stronger too! I knew it was a good idea to keep you around. How have you been? But a disgruntled with the trivialities Vegeta would interrupt.
Enough, Kakarot! He isn't our friend, just another tool for our ultimate revenge. So treat him like one!
Huh? You two! But of course, for Frieza, the sight of the two would be nothing short of shell-shocking. As turning quickly with surprise, he would yell, What is this now? Are you 2 monkeys not supposed to be fused? How many more of these silly games must I play?
Games?
But standing tall with his fists on his hips, Vegito would just say,
You've just spent the last few years just barely being able to defeat a miniature version of myself I created from just my damn spit. And yet, you question now how I can produce another Kakarot and Vegeta too? Get a grip. This is no game. These are the embodiments of my power. And if you truly want to stop being a weakling, then you'll get through them first.
This damn Saiyan! But these constant words of put down would leave the battle-tired furious Frieza replying with a scowl. You will regret every word you have uttered once I'm done with these fools. But I have only just finished with your first game. Can I at least be afforded some rest before this? Ha! No way, Frieza! We've been training non-stop this whole time too. But as Frieza would plead, the battle-thirsty typical Goku would immediately get into fighting stance, smiling as he interjects, I haven't fought you in years. This will be a trip down memory lane. Bring it on, Frieza!
Not on my watch.
What? But as Goku would ready himself, quickly, it would be the prince that pushes himself forward brazenly, now smirking as he adds,
"You've fought this clown way too many times already. It's my turn now."
Huh? But a disapproving Goku would just fight back saying, "No fair, Vegeta! I asked first! Please, just this one time and you can after!" But now, not entertaining the childish chatter, Vegeta would just respond,
"Forget it, Kakarot. I wanted to spare your feelings as you once did for me. But the truth is, the point of this training is to increase this freak's power, and in turn, let him finally give Vegito the challenge he needs to grow. A challenge neither of us can supply. Frieza is already at a quarter of his power in just 2 years, and I, with my new form, am at least half as strong." But you,
before turning back to Goku and continuing with an ominous smile,
"But you have yet to go beyond even 10%. Stuck in that same pathetic ultra form we had since practically the beginning. Black, Yamoshi, myself, we have all found ways to improve. Yet you are the only one that is yet to improve despite all the battling you do. Why is that, Kakarot? You wondered once how I could keep up and beat you without doing the same non-stop training. The answer is simple. It is because you are the only one who simply cannot tap into the true power within here. The power of the demon."
the power of the demons? This revelation instantly causing our hero to step back in shock, as he suddenly begins to fit pieces together, muttering "Stand still." I have to tap into the power of the demons, like you and Vegito. Why? Why can't I? Before Vegeta would suddenly then transform into his true demon form, walking towards Frieza as he would say,
"This is the same dilemma I had when you first unlocked Ultra Instinct, while I could not. And now here you are, stuck and having to find your own path to power. Enjoy, Kakarot."
Before with a demon growl and grin, looking straight back at Black Frieza and continuing,
"Because I am certainly going to enjoy pulverizing this cockroach till he's black and blue. Time for some long overdue payback for the past, Frieza."
But Vegeta! With not only these words paralyzing Frieza with fear, but also the sudden change in appearance as he yells, "Those horns! Don't tell me! You too!"
"Yes, Frieza! I too will now beat you into oblivion!"
Shocking Frieza as he can barely move, as Vegeta's instantaneous speed causes him to be in reaching distance already, with his hands gripped together until...
Yeah!
Vegeta! Instantly, with literally half a century worth of backlogged, held in anger, Demon Vegeta slams his hands straight into the face of the former Emperor, sending his head snapping to the side in terror of having to face yet another step-up in opponent. And immediately, the two will then switch to a full-on skirmish, trading blows left and right, but of course, with only the prince with the upper hand. All this creating shockwaves and smoke all around, while Goku would just watch on completely left out, and Vegito would watch on observing Frieza's progress. But with the two now alone as the rest battle, Goku with a serious look, unlike his usual cheerful self, would now stare at Vegito, asking solemnly, "Vegito, tell me the truth. Is what Vegeta said true? Am I never really going to get any stronger here if I don't find a way to use the power of the demons? Use the power of evil?" To which the smirky Vegito, with his arms folded and without a shred of empathy, would then reply,
"It is, Kakarot. As you are now, you will never be able to surpass your limits the way Vegeta has. But I think you already knew that."
And now looking down with a defeated expression, Goku would be left in an uncharacteristic silence, as for the first time, he begins to feel the same futility Vegeta had endured for so long. But as he would sulk, the God Killer would slowly begin approaching, as the battle continues to rage behind him, eventually reaching a stop face to face with Goku before changing his smirk to one more sincere. He would begin explaining,
"Listen to me, Kakarot. There's no two ways about it. I am both you and Vegeta. But you know yourself, for the longest while, I think you can tell, I have taken far more after him. At least, the old him. Since the time you first met him, his darkness has always remained. Darkness like that is not something that ever goes away. He showed it many years later when you fought him again, and it has inevitably shown itself now too. And for good reason, when we all know what was done to us."
Before then adding, addressing Goku himself,
"You, on the other hand, have never been that way. You have the same rage inside of you as we all do for these gods, but you lack the same darkness to take their punishment to the limit. You would be happy to just defeat those that harmed our loved ones, while Vegeta and I will not settle for anything less than complete annihilation. The truth is, you could never access the same powers as Vegeta and I, even if you trained for the next 1,000 years.
Before suddenly a smile would then appear on Vegito's face again, as he would then say,
"But listen well when I say, that doesn't mean that's the only way to get stronger."
Huh? As now grabbing Goku by the shoulder, the God Killer would reveal,
"As I said, both you and Vegeta are what make up my power. The stronger you two get, the stronger I will as well. Yet I don't worry at all about you not having the same dark heart. Vegeta can access the demon transformations as much as his heart desires. But for every powerful force, there is an equal opposite. He may wield the power of the demons, but do not forget, Kakarot, I have the power of 13 different angels within me too. Find your own route to power, Kakarot. Find a way to surpass Vegeta."
The angels! Immediately lighting up Goku's face as he suddenly begins to remember, saying, "Of course, Whis, mirrors. I've been in here so long, I started to forget what I was training for before all this. I don't need the power of demons at all, do I? I have my own path." Before looking at Vegito now with a relaxed smile again finally, and saying, I think I think I understand now, Vegito. Thanks. You know, you're a lot better at explaining things than I would be. I guess that's Vegeta's side coming through once again. To which Vegito would reply back with a smile.
No, actually that was mainly you. Don't give that twerp too much credit.
You got it. I'll be back soon. And with that, Goku would then shoot off into the infinite sky of the pyramid, opting to train by himself and one day return with his newfound abilities. And looking up from below, like a proud father, the God Killer would just let out,
Kakarot, you've never let anyone down before, and I know you won't now. I'm not letting this damn elusive fellow take over me for the sake of power. Bring me back something far better!
But as their training would recommence on the inside of the pyramid, on the outside, we would rejoin Hit and the Makoto-possessed Jiren, the silent assassin with his hands in his pockets as his horned foe stands ahead facing him. But now having heard the warrior ask him surprisingly who he is, the purple hitman would reply, "Who am I, you ask? Interesting. I am Hit of Universe 6. We fought in the Tournament of Power. Do you not remember Jiren?" Tournament of Power? But with an uncharacteristic smirk, Jiren would reply, "I do think I have actually heard of such a thing before. A tournament organized by Zeno in an attempt to cleanse the multiverse of the most useless of mortals. If I remember correctly, only the strongest of each supposed universe was selected to enter. That must mean you are no ordinary fighter. Am I right? In that case, you shall be a fine test for my new powers. Tell me, Hit, how exactly did the result of our last battle go?" But foregoing the continued conversation, Hit would immediately take on an offensive stance in response, saying instead, "Judging by the way you're talking, you are either suffering from severe dementia, or you are no longer the Jiren I know. Most likely a body snatcher that has even less of a right to be here interfering." Not that it matters. All I know is only I will be here to greet the so-called God Killer. And as for your earlier question, the result will be different this time! As instantly, with impressive time skip speed, Hit would then move straight forward towards Jiren. A lively one, I see. While Makoto would just give a disheartening smile. But as Hit's deadly blow would land directly on the chest of Jiren, attempting to burst the heart of the Pride Trooper, the impact would land with a dull thud, as not even a vibration of movement is made by Makoto. What? Did I miss? Leading to a blindsided Hit, yelling out in disbelief, as he can only think to blame his own mistakes rather than the supposed difference in Jiren's abilities. And just like that, unwilling to accept the situation, Hit would then begin using his signature fighting style once more, effortlessly striking Jiren multiple times in the span of seconds, each one blasting a purple light beam through the body of Jiren as if penetrating him. But all the while, Jiren would just continue to smile, looking down, waiting for Hit to do something even remotely damaging before... I grow bored of this. His expression would then suddenly change, as he adds condescendingly, "This is what passed to enter that tournament? It's no wonder that Godkiller's universe won then. Pathetic." Before unbelievably in a brutal scene, with just one swipe, Makoto would make short work of Hit, decapitating him there and then as his blood shoots out of his neck like a volcano, and Hit's lifeless head just silently moves towards us until finally landing on the ground with a roll. The end of the greatest assassin is as swift as his usual contracts. And almost annoyed of the lack of challenge, Makoto would just turn his back, as Hit's headless body would continue to erupt, stepping forward closer to the pyramid where Vegito resides before saying, "Well, that was hardly a test. How surprising. The fellow looked more powerful than that, but I guess it just means I have all the more energy to use to destroy the God Killer. Not before you are finished with me, Jiren." But just as Makoto would begin approaching the pyramid, a mysterious voice would call from the side of Jiren. But who could it be this time? As Jiren would then turn his head slowly and comment, "Another pitiful mortal to slaughter? Truly, you're like insects." But once Jiren would eventually turn fully, nothing but shock would cover his face, as he finally notices exactly who could be standing before him. "You!" As inexplicably, Hit would be seen once more, full of health, with his hands in his pockets, and most importantly, with his head still on his shoulders, leading to Makoto quickly turning his head back to wonder if he had been mistaken. "What the? How can this be?" But only for behind him to still be the lifeless and still leaking with blood decapitated body of Hit that he just murdered in cold blood. And now, triggered by his confusion, he would angrily inquire, "What is the meaning of this? I killed you! Were there two of you all along? No, your energy signature is exactly the same!" To which a cool, calm and collected Hit would reply, "Well, of course, I am Hit of Universe 6, just as I told you. And you did kill me. Just a version of me from another timeline." Nonsense! But instantly catching Hit by surprise, not wanting to hear another word, Makoto would blast out a point-blank fiery blast, evaporating the assassin on the spot. And you just did it again. Seems whoever has taken over your body is a little too trigger-happy, Jiren. As yet again though, despite there being no more trace of Hit in front of him, to the side, the same cool as ever voice would call out to him. And standing once more would be yet another Hit, who would say, "You should really let an opponent finish their sentence. The more information you know, the more advantageous the situation for you." But not even listening now, Jiren would just continue to blurt out, This cannot be! How? How are you doing this? I have no time for such trickery! As the fourth, in his confusion, would then just devolve into complete anger as he clenches his fist and then screams over to Hit. To which Hit, still not worried in the slightest, would just lift his time rings up as it mysteriously for the first time begins to glow and says, "This is no trickery, old friend. This is just the true power of the time ring. When wielded by the ultimate time skip user. Every time you kill me, I will skip death entirely and return again to finish the job. I am now the immortal assassin." Enough! But now losing it and completely triggered, Makoto would scream back, "Finish with your boastfulness! A mere time ring of the lowly Kais will never be capable of such things!" What? Instantly then doing away with Hit's surely false explanations, blasting out his eyes lasers, Superman style, straight through the body of Hit. Immediately slicing the assassin in half, murdering him once more, as his bloody torso slams to the ground, lifeless with blank eyes. But just as the body would fall, almost as if synchronized, a hand would land on Makoto's shoulder. "Relax, will you? Those clones may not be my timelines, but you're still murdering innocents." What? And perhaps at this point, not a shock to us, but Hit would appear right behind him yet again, looking at him disapproving of his constant outbursts, saying, "That will be enough of that. I'm afraid those lowly time rings you speak of can do even more than just this. Welcome to my time domain." As suddenly, Jiren would now find himself in a completely different and new area. One that looks suspiciously like the dimension Hit momentarily exists in when using his time skip, full of multicolored, broken shards of what looks like glass. Where the hell am I? And of course, with Makoto completely unaware of what is happening, he would immediately begin turning from side to side erratically in an attempt to figure out where he has just been transported to and exactly how. Are you not listening at all or what? Now I definitely know you are no Jiren. You are in my infinite time loop. My time domain. What? As out of nowhere, Hit would appear once more, as if out of thin air, placing his hand on Jiren's skull as if he was a child, with his time ring still mysteriously glowing. But Makoto would not allow this for long, swiping his elbow behind, but some way somehow, Hit would no longer be there, not even vanishing, just completely gone, as if he wasn't there to begin with. How? Suddenly, his speed is beyond mine? Impossible! Where the hell could he? But this wonderment would be short-lived, as suddenly it would appear, slamming his hand into the gut of Jiren. But this time, there would be far more of a reaction, as Jiren's entire body would vibrate from the impact, and blood would shoot out from his mouth. sending himself skidding far across the floor by just the heels of his feet. And most surprised by all of this would of course be Jiren, who gripping his wounded gut would then grumble,
"How? Why? Why did that attack suddenly feel so strong? It was just like the others, but that one could have ripped me in half. This can't be. I am hundreds of times stronger than you, mortal!"
Leaving the angered god to now scream with one eye open as he struggles to comprehend how he could even be injured. But hit, as if having not even broken a sweat with that strike, would just casually begin walking towards Jiren without fear, despite his several brutal deaths already, saying, "Yes, Jiren, you are hundreds of times stronger than myself on the outside, but inside here, under the power of my time domain, with this ring, I can just attack you hundreds of times instantly. I don't need to increase my power when I can just have multiple versions of myself to compensate."
Multiple versions?
But this explanation hardly satisfies Jiren, as he stares completely unwilling to believe and mutters,
"Those rings, they are doing all this? That simply cannot be. What is the drawback then?"
But once more, hit as if doing this on purpose, playing with his food, would then strike Jiren from the side once again, but this time via a beam of air pressure, sending Jiren into a roll across the ground, while afar another clone of hit would be seen. But credit to Jiren's robust build, it doesn't take long for him to already be on his knees, albeit just barely. His teeth gritted, however, now, as a demonic tone begins to be heard, and he lets out,
"I don't know where you've taken me, but clearly I've been weakened. I will not accept any other false explanations from you, charlatan."
But before embracing a prematurely confident smirk, he would then say,
"But I can tell one thing. My speed seems to be just fine, and that is all I need to annihilate a worm like you."
As suddenly, Jiren would vanish from the spot, instantly erasing his energy signature until...
Die 1,000 deaths!
Suddenly then appearing right in Hit's blind spot with fury, mid-velocity, with his arms cocked back all ready to strike. But nonchalantly, Hit would just turn his head around with the most slothful of turns, almost as if he was inviting yet another death.
Get me out of here! What?
But unbelievably, as Hit would turn into Jiren and Jiren would strike, the entire body of the Pride Trooper would seemingly just phase through Hit, as if he were nothing but a ghost, his arms leading him to the ground. As now, more perplexed than anything, he would mutter,
My hand! It went through him! What has he done? Who is this?
To which Hit, watching on as Jiren would move through, would then reply, I am your executioner for today. And just like I duplicate myself to match your strength, I too can dwarf your speed too. even skip having to move out of the way entirely. In my time domain, I cannot be defeated, and I cannot die. I can skip death itself, Jiren. Give up. You lost the minute you gaze into this lowly time ring of mine. Before quickly, just as Jiren would phase completely through, the assassin would materialize and slam a kick straight into the gut of Jiren once more. The attack being so hard and vicious, Jiren's arms and legs flail forward like a ragdoll, sending the possessed warrior spinning to an ultimate crash on the ground, face first. But showing his endurance once more, the fourth would manage to quickly spring up and punch the ground to stop himself moving any further. But with his eyes closed, Makoto would show that he still needs some time to recover, just mumbling, When did the time rings possess such abilities? Surely, it cannot be as he says. But as he would eventually begin opening his eyes once more, nothing would be able to prepare him for what he would eventually see. What is this? As his whole face would open, unable to comprehend just what lies before him. No! As suddenly, standing in front would be an entire army of hit, each as emotionless as the last, staring at their prey before their eventual pounce. As what can only be assumed is the original hit would then let out coldly. It is exactly as I say, Jiren. Right here are 200 real versions of me from 200 different timelines, each split by less than a nanosecond. This is what you are up against, and this is only a fraction of what I can do in here. Are you ready, warrior? I will free you from your invader, Jiren! Sleep well! As suddenly all 200 plus of the purple assassins would raise their elbows high from afar with force, powering concentrated energy. What? Wait! Stop this at once! And even Makoto, knowing the force he felt earlier, would immediately panic, knowing his demise was soon, screaming out as his entire stature quakes in fear. And for good reason, as once each of the hits launch an instantaneous flow of concentrated pressure straight at Jiren, he would be barraged by a truly excruciating explosion of assaults, all striking at exactly the same time. And the possessed Jiren would release a blood-curdling scream in response, as his body becomes paralyzed in pain, eventually. What is this? Finally, within Jiren, the first appearance of Makoto would be seen, in his blood demon form, screaming out in unison with Jiren, as he begins to wonder in his final moments, my life force, it is fading. This is the kind of power the God Killer defeated? How? He said I lost the minute I saw that time ring. That time ring? As suddenly, almost as if having died within Jiren himself, the eye of Jiren would suddenly revert back to its original self. But as that would happen within the so-called time domain, back on the outside, where the pyramid is, a completely different scene is shown. Jiren is not being attacked, his body isn't any more damaged or bloody than before, and he is not even making a sound as he stares blankly forward. Could this all have been just an illusion? As standing in front in the wind, looking back, would not be hundreds of hits, or even one attacking, but the singular original assassin with his arms down saying, "It is sad to see you like this, old friend. I wonder how you let yourself be overcome. But rest assured, whatever is inside you will not survive now that you are locked in my time domain. I will release you when I am finished with Son Goku." But unbeknownst to Hit, as he turns his back to walk over to the pyramid, from Jiren's side, a blood-red liquid seems to shoot out from his skin, splodging onto the floor before... Suddenly, in an injection of speed, would then rush straight forward for Hit. So fast that only at the last second would the assassin finally notice before...
Hit! Stop this! Watch out, warrior! Jiren, is that you?
Suddenly, back in the dimension of Hit's time ring, it would appear as the real Jiren, even through the pain, would attempt to warn Hit. But in the end...
No!
Back on the outside, the blood splodge would expand within an instant, creating a fleshy tail reminiscent of Makoto that would immediately stab through the chest and armor of the assassin.
What is this?
Leaving Hit frozen, as not only is he taken by complete surprise, but he quickly feels his body begin to lose control.
Hello, new vessel. Allow me to introduce your new host.
As within the fleshy tail, the sickening demonic face of Makoto would finally be revealed. Now Vegito and Frieza seemingly will have two possessed former friends now waiting to kill them. So our story continues with the newly transformed Black Demon Frieza, fretting for his now untimely short life as Goku's divine Dragon Smite unleashes straight down onto the Emperor, swallowing his earlier gigantic Death Ball in the process along with it.
No! No! No!
And as the bright white dragon's gaping mouth would come closer and closer to Frieza's face, his body would be lost in its insane light, and a wide-eyed Frieza would only be able to shout out in what appears like a classic scene from the past. But as his life would begin to disappear, while for many, their lives would flash before their eyes, for Frieza, only one fateful memory comes to mind, as he thinks,
This monkey, he came from nowhere, just like last time, and just like that time, I will lose everything, because of him, Goku!
As now, the end of his life would be reached, as Goku's Silver Dragon would begin closing its mouth to erase the demon forever, sending him down to what we assume is the demon realm. But almost as if in a fever dream, just as Frieza would reach his end, a sudden distortion in energy would explode in front of him, as the dragon would roar in almost pain. And in the aftermath, only a huge plume of smoke would remain, with no sign of the dragon anymore. And even Goku, looking on from below with his seraphim eyes, would have a sense of confusion internally, though his stoic face would not give it away, as he would think, what now? Did I not do it right? In training it worked perfectly every time. Damn it. But as the clouds of smoke would begin to thin, a mysterious silhouette would begin to appear that would denote that maybe it wasn't Goku's lack of ability after all. It can't be! As when Frieza would begin to see briefly who or what has just somehow appeared in place of the dragon, his sweating face would become even more shocked and terrified. Something even more fearsome than death has appeared, it would seem. What? As standing there with his arms swooped to the side as if he had clawed the dragon away would be Ultra Vegito, in his final Ultra form, not seen for some time now, with signature black boo-like eyes activated. His whole body emanating warm smoke as the remnants of Goku's divine smite are utterly annihilated by the God Killer in just this form, as he lets out under his breath, impressive, but nothing like Z. Vegito! And just standing there, now like a helpless child saved by an adult, Frieza would fail to move, frozen in his perplexed state, mumbling, I'm alive! Given mercy again by a damn Saiyan! But while Frieza would be contemplating what is even going on, a smiling Vegito, looking down at his former fusion guest, would just say, right, well I think that's just about enough, don't you think, Kakarot? That last move of yours, strong, but don't you think you got a little carried away? Before folding his arms and asking frankly, it seems unlike you to go overboard, especially on your old buddy Frieza. Tell me, did you really plan on killing him, despite my plans of training him? But looking up with his bright Saiyan eyes and smile of his own, Goku would just respond, for someone who's part me, you sure are doubting me, Vegito. I was in complete control. I know how important Frieza is for our plan, and I was just about to end my attack before I noticed something interfering. And back to an almost pleased smirk, Vegito would just respond, I thought so. Good to know you aren't as brain dead as Vegeta makes you out to be, Kakarot. Before quickly leaving the shocked Frieza to stew in his confusion, the God Killer would then vanish from his eyeline instantly, arriving quickly to meet an unflinching Kakarot face to face on the battlefield below, as if ready to confront him. Why you? While an increasingly befuddled and also rising in frustration Frieza would just look down and begin thinking, He saved me! Both of them. Even the other monkey was planning on sparing me. All this just to train me. Yet no matter what I do, I can't even beat this Saiyan, let alone Vegito. Why? Just why are they keeping me? This is beginning to make no sense. Because, Frost Demon, they are using you. They are fattening you up to eventually take your powers too. As suddenly, the truth would be revealed by a strange voice behind Frieza. Huh? Wait, you are? And as the Emperor would turn around to see just who it was that was talking, not yet reacting to the info, who would be standing there would be nothing short of more shocking than anybody else Frieza could have predicted. Hello. I don't believe we've been introduced yet. As unbelievably, standing there with his hands behind his back would be Goku Black. It now being revealed that him and likely Yamoshi too were never reintegrated back into Vegito. Left to their own devices to train themselves and get stronger as well. As Black would continue, why the shocked face, Frieza? You look like you've seen a ghost. From the realm of the Kais, I've heard tales of what kind of petulant mortal you are. Oh! But Frieza, locked in his own state of shock, would be completely taken aback by Black's appearance, confusing him with Goku himself, as he yells, "You can't be real! I just saw you down there! What's with the change of clothes?" As quickly, Black Demon Frieza would then find himself looking back down to where Vegito and Goku were just to double check, thinking, there they are! Those damn blue eyes too! And as he watches down below in confusion over how two Gokus somehow exist, an embarrassing thought begins to come to mind, as he says, "Wait, do not tell me! All that power that monkey had was just from a clone? That cannot be! I refuse to believe it!" As angrily, Black Demon Frieza would then turn his head fast back to Black and yell, "Tell me now! Who are you? You cannot be the Saiyan known as Son Goku!" And in response, holding his face eccentrically, almost as if in shame, Black would finally reply, "You insult me with your comparison, Frieza. I'm no damn filthy mortal. I could never be one of your kind. My name is Zamasu, and I am a supreme Kai. One that took hold of this Saiyan's body simply to defeat him and the rest of his abhorrent allies, with his own power no less. But unfortunately, that plan didn't go as expected, and now I have been taken in like a slave instead. But for you, it is not too late. With my help, you can get rid of all these Saiyans once and for all." Huh? A Kai? This reveal particularly shocking Black Demon Frieza due to his limited interaction with the gods apart from Beerus. As questioning what is even happening, Frieza would ask, "What would a Supreme Kai be doing involved in this? Looking like a monkey no less. And why would you help me of all people? Forgive me, but it is hard to believe you when you look like him." Understandable. But Black, now turning his back to Frieza, would just giggle and smirk, turning his head to ominously let out, "I'm here because I underestimated the trickery of these Saiyans. I have no opinion on these gods these fools keep spouting off about. After all, I am one too. But one thing that has grown even more vengeful over these years is my distaste and hatred for all of you mortals. Most of all, these Saiyans. As I said, I failed in my mission, and it is too late for me to do anything with my own power now. But for you, you have not yet become one with the God Killer. I have been watching you, and I see what they mean by your potential. It seems there are more than one race of mortals that can surprise even the gods. If you want to survive and not become enslaved like I, if you want to destroy these Saiyans and watch as they squirm, then you can follow me. That is all I will say for now. Frieza." As immediately after saying these words, Frieza would be left alone once again as Black would shoot off into the distance, clearly wanting to continue the conversation in private. Black Demon Frieza, though, at this point would hardly know what to think, his mouth ajar as he stumbles to say, "Become one with the God Killer? Survive? Is this what this is all about? Those Saiyans are planning to take my power after making me train like a dog?" As suddenly as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fit, and anger would awash the Emperor, as he grumbles, continuing, "The audacity of these monkeys to really believe they could trick someone like me! Who do they think I am? If that's their plan, then they have another thing coming!" As quickly in response now, Frieza would shoot off himself in pursuit of Black, seeking to find more of the truth and a way to escape Vegito's eventual plans. But watching on with a look of concern and trepidation, and no longer wounded after being healed by Goku Vegeta, would watch as Frieza and Black shoot off, thinking,
Frieza with Black? That can't be a good thing in any other situation. But that lizard must be looking to increase his power level even further. If he's strong in that form, he'll have several more even greater eventually, knowing him. He's looking to surpass Kakarot, just like I should be. I cannot let everyone here leave me behind like some weakling. This is my battle, and my revenge for you, Bulma, Trunks, Bulla.
But back on the battlefield below, the God Killer would remain standing before Seraphim Goku, an uncontrollable proud smirk on his face as he says,
Kakarot, it seems you took my advice and then some. Well done. That is quite some accomplishment to achieve those eyes. Even I didn't know that was possible for us. I had assumed it was something Z learned from the priest himself. You're going to have to explain to me how you did it at some point.
But Goku, pleased with the praise from the God Killer, would just say back, "Really, Vegito? What difference does it make me telling you now? You know as well as I do, once I'm back fused into you, you'll know everything I do, along with what improvements everyone else has made in here too. But if you really want to know right now, then you're going to have to beat me first. As in typical Goku style, the Saiyan would quickly then get into fighting stance, challenging the God Killer without a hint of hesitation. And Vegito, with an equally enthused look, would just reply like a classic Saiyan, saying,
Little did you know, I was planning on that anyway, Kakarot. So that can be arranged.
But just as the two would get ready to engage with one another, a pair of familiar feet would land beside Vegito to stop any more conversation.
Hold it there, clowns!
And standing there with an annoyed look would be Prince Vegeta, looking to his right at the God Killer saying,
I hope you two know I'm not just going to stand around while you two train and rub your freak-like powers in my face. This isn't over. I'm going to get stronger myself. But I'm not doing it alone. Give me someone that can push me. Push me beyond Kakarot. Train with someone, huh? That's unlike you, Vegeta.
As Vegito would then turn to the prince and be surprised at his request, before closing his eyes and placing a hand under his chin in deep thought as he mumbles under his breath,
Push you to the limit, huh? Who can I give you? I know just the guy!
As suddenly a burst of thought would come to the God Killer, tightening his fist as his eyes burst open and his decision is finally made. But exactly who does he have in mind? As suddenly, just like before, Vegeta would then spit onto the floor, his pink goo splashing onto the ground until quickly rising up and expanding in real time until...
What?
Finally, Vegito's choice of training partner would be revealed, and it would be none other than God of Destruction Broly, who immediately would be awoken from his deep slumber, standing bemused as his first sight would be Vegeta, Vegito, and Goku. As now looking down at his palms in disbelief, Broly would comment, "What happened? My body, it's back. I don't know how long it's been, but I really thought I'd be in that thing forever. Mirrors, where are you? Are you free too?"
You're not free yet, Broly.
But the legendary destroyer's thoughts would only be allowed to fester for so long, before behind him, Vegeta would address him with his hands on his hips, continuing,
This is temporary. You've been let out for a purpose, just like I have. But we'll both be fused back in a blink of an eye once the time is right. Only to be freed permanently when our job is done.
Before with a smirk on his face, he would add finally,
But for now though, here's your opportunity to stretch your arms. I've been inside Boo before, and know all too well about those cooped up pieces of flesh you're kept in. Make the most of this time outside, and give me a little rematch.
and with a big sigh, having gone through more than enough turmoil in his life already, Broly would just close his eyes and say unenthused, "Of course, the way you three have become, there's no way you could have let go of your need for revenge. I give up trying to change your mindset, but I suppose fighting you is better than nothing. All I ask in return is that you keep Chilai and Limo safe, and you give me some chocolates for participating in this. It's been a long while." To which Vegeta would just smile and reply promptly,
Those two are fine. And as for those chocolate bars, deal. Now come!
As quickly, full of eagerness to reach a new level of power, Vegeta would launch into the sky, looking back with a smile as he calls out for his fellow Saiyan. And following the prince as he should, in search of his next sweet treat, Broly 2 would then leave the battlefield chasing Vegeta. And while this interaction would happen, down on the ground watching closely, a smiling and proud God Killer would let out,
Looks like just the idea of being surpassed by everyone was enough to get Vegeta back to his old ways. Back when we were fighting Kid Buu, accepting Kakarot as being your superior was always the beginning of the end. That does not need to be the case anymore. Not while I'm around, at least. The question is, will he come with a new power gained from Lucif, or a new power gained from Hakai?
But eventually leaving the prince to his own devices, Vegito would turn back to the matter at hand with Kakarot, as the two would then stare off at each other, before the God Killer would then duck his head down in an almost fighting ready stance and ominously say,
You have more of an effect on that brat than you could ever know. I hope you're ready to get passed by him again, Kakarot.
To which Goku, with a steadfast countenance, would just emotionlessly say, "Good for him, but I've only begun to scratch the powers I have to show, Vegito." Before, with his palm quickly raised up and pointed towards Vegito, Goku would continue, "Now, if we're really going to battle, better take off that armor before it gets in the way. I've had enough of anything Frieza related by now anyway." As suddenly, despite no visible beam of energy being shot out of Goku's palm, a loud explosion, alarming even Vegito, would come off of the God Killer's shoulder. As when the blast settles, Vegito would look down confusedly at his right shoulder, noting that though smoke would bellow off, he would be completely unarmed. He would be completely unharmed, but just with the rest of his broken armor now evaporated off, as he would think,
What did he hit me with? And why? There's no damage. Was it just to show me how much control of his energy he has? Maybe he wasn't bluffing about sparing Frieza after all. Nice party trick.
But ultimately, unfazed by what Goku had just done, Vegito would quickly begin raising his power level as black lightning surrounds him. Continuing,
Thanks for that though. It should ensure I take care of you even faster, Kakarot.
As now ready to battle, Vegito would immediately launch at our hero with his eyes fixated. But as he would throw his super speed punch with perfect movement, as his Seraphim eyes see the movement miles off, Goku dodges with a simple bend of his body. Leaving Vegito shocked as Goku already instinctively moves back and raises his arm in the air, his elbow to the sky before slamming down a chop aimed at the back of Vegito's neck, but of course only for it to miss miserably as Vegito would vanish.
Nice movements, kid, but I'm a little too fast for those eyes.
As Vegito would suddenly then reappear directly behind Goku, grabbing him in a double arm lock, while a smiling Kakarot looking back would just say, "You're pretty fast alright, Vegito. Not as fast as I thought though." As instantly out of nowhere, from Vegito's backside this time, yet another unseen blast would be shot, as Goku would suddenly be nowhere to be seen anymore either. Oops, I thought I missed a bit of your armor there. My bad. But in the distance, the source of the attack would show itself, being Seraphim Goku in the distance, smirking and goading the God Killer.
That one hurts!
As Vegito, rapidly scratching and caressing his back to soothe his singed injury, would angrily shout back before,
"Those eyes have made you cocky, kid!"
the God Killer would once more rush straight for Goku. But this time, despite unleashing a devastatingly powerful kick to the temple of Goku's head, with extreme athleticism, Goku would quickly just duck under again as if by instinct. These eyes show me more than just your movements, Vegito. I can see your openings too. As instantly, Goku would then launch his palm straight at the face of the off-balance Vegito.
Damn it!
Stopping right before his vulnerable face as the God Killer just stands frozen, realizing his loss in that brief skirmish. But once again, wouldn't seem as if Goku would be going in for the kill, but rather just showing his superiority. That is until he opts to slam Vegito instead with an unseen mid-air roundhouse that slams the God Killer right across his face, causing blood to splatter out.
Kakarot!
And even Vegito, as he feels such a tremendous strike, is almost left confused as he wonders,
This strength, he gained all this alone?
eventually landing on his bottom, before Goku, who just stands tall, watching without gloat or remark. The fused has now become the fusee. And truly blindsided by the progress he is witnessing firsthand, the God Killer would just look up in astonishment, his eyes and mouth wide as he mutters,
How? I expected progress, but how have you come this far? This is further than both Frieza or Broly could go. Did you have more potential than them this whole time, Kakarot?
But Goku, hearing this, would just raise his fist and stare into it, letting out, "No, I don't think it was so much my potential that got me here, but my teachers along the way." As Goku would then begin explaining with some reminiscing, "It's been 2 years, Vegito. 2 years since you opened my eyes over what I could do to keep up with Vegeta. But even when you first entered our space back then and fought me and him, I knew all the powers you had absorbed, demon, god and angel alike, were all inside somewhere, and accessible to us. Vegeta found a way to access the power of the demons, and I had to think back to my time with Whis to find a way to bring that angel power out in the same way. In the end, I sort of had to create my own mind space, one like yours where me, Vegeta, Black and Yamoshi existed. But in mine, I had all of the angels you had fought all there for me to talk to. The amount of divine energy you've absorbed was enough to replicate them all. And after talking to each one and training with each of them, eventually, one day I ascended to have my first Seraphim eye. From there, the rest was history. I still have a long way to go. But right now, this has taken me to a level I haven't found a challenge for just yet.
I see. How interesting.
And slowly, as Vegeta would come to terms with the explanation, he would rise, keeping his eyes closed, with one hand on his hip responding,
So the key all along was speaking to those angels, huh? Somehow, I don't think they would speak to me with the same eagerness as they would with you, after everything I've done.
Before, as a smirk builds on his face, he would continue.
How typical of you, though, to find such a goody two-shoes way to gain your strength. Talking to my slain victims. And not to discredit you, but you have achieved something damn impressive. But I'm afraid I'm still not convinced it's any better than the power of this so-called Lucif within me. But I guess there's only one way to find out.
As suddenly, Vegeta would then open his eyes, revealing his signature purple demon eyes, as his purple scar would also then begin to grow across his face as he does so. As he unleashes a demonic roar, his whole body would then become surrounded in an all-powerful dark aura, as two horns burst from his head, a demonic tail sprouts from his back, and black and white fur grows across both his back and front, with only now his clawed pale hands left before his transformation would be complete. True Demon Vegito has now finally re-entered the fight, his tremendous energy flowing all over as black lightning dances all over his stagnant buff stature, with Vegito just whispering out,
"It is not you who desires a challenge, Kakarot. It is I!"
As on finishing those words, Vegito's uncontrollable aura would continue to flux even more, creating a wave of pressure, smoke and wind that pushes all across the battlefield towards Goku. Whoa! And sure enough, as Goku holds his arm to cover himself from the blowback, as his hair swings to and fro, with mild surprise in his eyes, he would comment, "It's been a long time since you went into that form. I've always known when you activated it to fight the 5 or Z. But seeing it in person, it really is on a whole other level to Vegeta's." Before, in a quick change of tone, Goku would duck with a devious smile and continue, "But that's exactly what I was hoping for. If I'm gonna be giving over this power, then I'm gonna make you earn it first, Vegito!" As instantaneously, like two rabid dogs let off their leash, Seraphim Goku and true Demon Vegito would then rush straight at each other. Two black-haired forms, but using powers and techniques that couldn't be any more different from one another. With Goku's first attack being a kick that is blocked this time by Vegito's forearm, but both grimacing as the gigantic impact is made. While the second has the two Saiyans trading a punch on each other, both yet again not showing a hint of who is in control. Topo! That is, of course, until Vegito begins to show some of his unique abilities that neither demon nor angel could replicate. As suddenly, from either side of Goku, apparitions of both Topo and Guts would slam the Saiyan from either side. As Vegito would shout, "Doesn't seem those eyes are that good to miss these big boys." Before the God Killer would devilishly then laugh, pulling his arm to the side until... pulling it up straight, as if activating something, yelling, "Die for your cockiness, brat!" Huh? As even Goku, wedged between the two godly apparitions, would notice something was up. As instantly, in almost a detonation, Guts and Topo would convene into a wave of destructive energy that envelops Goku in a cylinder of damage, trapping his entire body in the process. Eventually coming to a halt, leaving only a silent silhouette within its mists. As when the smoke would clear, Seraphim Goku would be seen still alive, but now thoroughly worse for wear, as he appears covered in damage and ash, and his clothing now completely incinerated. As Goku, staring seriously forward, would just comment, "That was a good one, Vegito. It reminded me of one of Piccolo's techniques. But you should know, I have tricks of my own." As suddenly from behind Vegito, Goku would appear instantaneously with his hands together before yelling, "Kame! Kame! Eventually firing off a point-blank range, devastating Kamehameha wave straight at the unsuspecting God Killer. Putting his complete all into it as Goku yells to the heavens. But for some reason, despite the light and intense power literally right in his face, Vegito would just launch his left arm straight towards it while saying, "That's a little too close, kid. If you're taking me down, I'm taking you with me!" Unbelievably, Vegito would reach his hand down, then straight into the apex and center of Goku's kiwi. Leaving Goku shocked as he begins to realize what the result of that action will be. As instantly, instead of blasting Vegito off, Goku's Kamehameha wave would explode violently on the spot, covering both warriors in the gigantic impact. And when the ravenous smoke would begin to fade away... What a maniac! Goku would then be seen, now far more damaged than ever before, his body trembling from the explosion as he mumbles with one eye open. "At least it looks like he took more damage than I did." As Vegito would then be seen too, himself completely missing now, the arm that he placed into the center, eviscerated from the sheer power. As laughing, he would let out,
I didn't expect you to have that kind of firepower. Not many can completely erase one of my arms. But it just goes to show.
I shouldn't be playing any more games with you, Son Goku!
as suddenly Vegito's schizophrenic personality would completely change. As with rage in his face, his eyes would turn blood red, as he finally now respects Seraphim Goku enough to call him by his chosen name. The real battle begins now. And if you made it to the end and want more, leave me a hashtag Manga letter and watch it for free right now on mangaletter.com. Just use the links in the pinned comment and description, enter your name and email, and you will receive a special link to never before seen manga seconds later. Make sure to check your spam or junk folder if you can't see it, and use an active email, as emails which are not your main will automatically be removed.